I call the Monday, February the 5th, 2024 meeting of the Louisa County Board of Supervisors to order. Mr. Barlow.
I move that we convene in closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A and 2.2, 3712. The purpose of the closed session is under Code of Virginia 2.2, 3711A, subsections 1, 3, 5, and 8. 1, discussion and consideration of prospective candidates for employment of a public body, in particular for the position of county attorney to Louisa County. Discussion of 3, discussion and or consideration of the acquisition and or disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. 5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the business or industry's interest in locating or expanding the facilities in the community. And 8, consultation with legal counsel employed and retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel.
Is there a second?
Second. I'm confused.
Been properly moved and seconded that we go into closed session. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We're in closed session.
Hey, I'm fixing to go to meet with Chief, right? What you need? No. I got a minute. What you need?
just too quick.
Said this too shall pay.
Mr. Chairman, move to go back into open session.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded, we go back into open session. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I will now poll members to certify that to the best of your knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and as identified in the motion for which the closed meeting was convened were discussed and considered by the board. If any member believes that the board varied from the purposes stated for the closed meeting, please state so and the reason prior to casting a vote. Mr. McCotter.
So certified.
Mrs. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Barlow.
Yes.
Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward.
Yes.
All right, we're back into open session. This is the Monday, February 5th, 2024 meeting of the Louisa County Board of Supervisors. I'd like to welcome those of you who are here in the public meeting room and those who are joining us online. As we always do, we will start the meeting with the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation tonight will be by Mr. McCotter. If you would care to join us, please stand.
Heavenly Father, I thank you for all you have given us and the many blessings in our lives. I ask you for your guidance and strength tonight. Show us your way and fill us with courage and wisdom to serve the citizens of Louisa County. Give us the patience and understanding to face challenges with grace. We ask all these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The first item is the adoption of the agenda. Mr. Barnes?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add for discussion, Orange Regional Jail cleanup crew.
Second.
All right. Been properly moved and seconded that we adopt the agenda. All those in favor, please cast your vote.
Oh.
Mrs. Jones, you want to vote verbally and we'll add it to the
Yes.
motion passes 7-0?
Was that yes or yes you wanted to vote verbally?
Yes, yes to both. Next is the approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded, we approve the minutes. Any discussion? Please cast your vote.
There it is.
It's hard to believe how quiet you all are for this many people in this room. Did the vote pull up?
6-0.
All right, motion passed unanimously. Next up is the approval of the bills.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded, we approve the bills. Please cast your vote. Motion passes unanimously. Next up is the approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded, we approve the consent agenda. Please cast your vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next item is a public comment period. I do have some cards for public comment. During the public comment period, you can address the board on any matter that is not a public hearing. We do have 5 public hearings tonight, so if you're here about a rezoning, or hear about an addition to the comp plan, or hear about adding golf carts to Seclusion Shores, that will all be a public hearing. We'll call you during public hearing. When I call your name, come to the podium, make sure that you use the microphone, state your name and your voting district. You do not have to give your address. I'll start the time. You have 3 minutes. I'll give you a warning at 15 seconds. At 3 minutes, a timer will go off, and that will be the end of your time. And we're going to hold people to 3 minutes tonight so that we can let everybody that wants to speak, speak. So the first card that I have is, where's the name? Oh, Brian Hennett, I'm sorry.
I brought some handouts for everyone on the board, but since I can't display,
You can give it to Mr. Goodwin.
can't display my board here digitally, I kind of, folks behind me, Brian Hennett from the Green Springs District, here to talk
Make sure
about-
you use the microphone.
Brian Hennett from the Green Springs District, here to talk about the skate park in Louisa. I was here a month ago talking about it, come up with a lot of findings. This is, that I'm passing out is from Fifth Pocket Skate Parks. They are a design, build, turnkey skate park builder out of Pennsylvania. They do everything. They do this all the time. I just spoke with the owner again before I walked in the door. He's in North Carolina building a park. He was in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina 2 days ago building a park. So they build parks all up and down the East Coast, but they provide basically turnkey solutions, from the design phase to the dirt works to everything. That one is just a sample proposal. Everything is fully scalable, fully customizable based on our needs, our budget, what we are looking to accomplish here. We have 2 petitions out right now. I just started a new one. That one's been active for 3 days. I just got 56 signers on that one. The other one's been available for a few months, and that one's at 562, as I just checked out a few minutes ago. The big thing is just kids and adults that like individual sports, like skateboarding, inline skating, BMX bikes, mountain bikes, trick bikes, and things like that. We have nowhere to go legally and safely. It would be great for tourism in this area. Currently, we're traveling 2-hour radius to different skate parks. I was in Lexington twice. Been working with the Greater Rockbridge County Skateboarder Coalition, a nonprofit organization, trying to learn the ropes and see if I need to form my own nonprofit. I'm more than willing to do so. I just want a safe, legal place for us to skate. To sum up that proposal, that's a few examples of what they have. Basically, in Virginia, a right-to-work state, it's about $45 a square foot, depending upon square footage and design. But that covers everything: labor, materials, design, dirt works, concrete work. And this would be a concrete park that would basically last minimum 40 years with minimal maintenance, as opposed to a wood park, which a couple of years you're repairing, lots of maintenance. Could have contests quarterly or monthly. Just try to bring in more revenue.
15 seconds.
And basically just want to have a nice, safe place that will last a long time and add to the tourism value of Louisa County, as well as just give us a place to recreate safely. Thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
sir.
Zero.
Thank you.
Next card I have is Becky Jones.
All right.
Introduce yourself and your
All
voting
right.
district.
My name is Becky Jones. I am a local counselor, mental health counselor here in Louisa. I provide in-person counseling to the Louisa residents. I'm one of the few that are here. I live here with my husband in the neighborhood of Countryside, so I'm in the town itself. I'm here today to kind of talk about the use of a multi-use facility and the need for it, as well as the lack of resources in Louisa that accommodate young professionals, families, pretty much a lot of the population My husband and I moved here 5 years ago from Florida, and it's been a challenging and frustrating experience, to say the least, living here. We have known several, if not all of our friends who are our ages or with young families who have moved out of this area due to the same reasons that we want to move out if nothing changes for the better here. This meeting is about a multi-use facility that will allow evening play for pickleball, as well as activities for the youth and adults who work. Right now, the Betty Queen Center is being used, but it's mainly for pickleball, for the retired people who don't have a job during the day, and then it's not accommodating pickleball play for the youth or people who are working like myself and meeting the needs of the residents and their mental health needs. There are minimal things to do here in this county, and since living here, nothing has been added or changed for the better that I can see. There are about 3 restaurants you can choose from, no parks, no walking trails, no skate parks, it pretty much doesn't accommodate an active lifestyle to anyone who is working. This town isn't looking at the bigger picture because this facility shouldn't even be a question as to being built. You're having all these people move here, but there's nothing to do or accommodate the population. People will move here and then leave when they realize that there's just 2 grocery stores and all these high taxes, but not meeting the community's needs. If you want to attract any young professionals who have an education degree or are working, then you need to provide services and an active, such as, that would help them, such as the multi-use facility or just anything like parks or just things to do. And it's just not, unfortunately, with my clients, a lot of teens are getting into drugs because there's nothing for them to do here, and you see that a lot in the country. So if there could just be more things added, like this
15 seconds, ma'am.
multi-use facility. I just wanted to say that I really hope that we as Louisa can change, and that our elected officials can hear us out, and that we do have a voice and want change.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dominique McLaughlin.
Hi, my name is Dominique McLaughlin, and I'm from the Louisa 2 District. Just to give you a little bit of history, I was raised in Louisa County by my grandmother. I attended Louisa County High School, and I was a track and field athlete before graduating in 1991. I left home at 18, vowed to never come back, but I returned to Louisa County primarily to support my grandmother and my mother. I'm currently a licensed professional counselor, and I work at the University of Virginia. I'm here to share my thoughts and wishes for our community about the potential expansion of a multifunctional facility at the Betty Queen Center that would allow for more opportunities to play pickleball. I must first emphasize, though, pickleball actually saved my life. Don't worry, I wasn't suicidal. But in 2022, I became a full-time caregiver to my grandmother, excuse me, in my home, while also working full-time providing mental health services. I also became a caregiver to my mother in my home, and by far, it was the most rewarding, but the most challenging thing I ever had to do in my life. So pickleball saved my life, because during the most challenging time in my life, the sport of pickleball enhanced my life in significant ways. Number one, pickleball gave me something to look forward to. To this day, I remain overly enthusiastic about playing pickleball. In fact, I try very hard to plan my life around pickleball. Number two, social connectedness, the opportunity to develop and foster positive relationships and to connect with other people helps me feel like I'm a part of my community. And it also supports my own mental health. Number three, pickleball is the gift that keeps on giving. Since I've been playing pickleball, I have improved sleep, improved ability to recover from stress, and overall just a new quality of life. But here are my concerns. there are not enough pickleball offerings in the evening time, especially for someone like me who has to work full-time. Number two, although I can play pickleball at the Betty Queen Center on Sundays, I wait on the sidelines for an average of 14 minutes between each opportunity to get back on the court. Number three, there's just simply not enough pickleball courts to meet the demands of our community. Number four, I have traveled up to 1 hour one way to Culpeper, Charlottesville, Fredericksburg, and traveling out of the county is just no longer sustainable for me.
15 seconds.
So it is my hope that the Board of Supervisors will support the expansion of this new multifunctional space at the Betty Queen Center. The expansion would allow for greater offerings for pickleball so that we as a community can get more bang for our bucks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next card I have is Hudson Field.
Hello, my name is Hudson, and I go to Louisa County Middle School. I've been playing pickleball for over 2 years now, and I've gained many things from it. I have stayed athletic, had fun, met people from multiple generations, and I probably should not be my future history teacher, but that's a problem for future me. And over the summer, I played at the Betty Queen Center, but while I was there, there was huge crowds. I couldn't play. There was too many crowds. I spent a long time waiting, not enough time playing, especially on the benches, just wasn't getting enough practice. And during the school year, I had to go out to Richmond to get any good practice, and it's really far from here. I don't want to go after that after school every day, especially with homework and everything. So it wasn't sustainable. There were no youth programs for me to practice, hang with people, or even meet people my age, which I need because competitions, you need someone your age group. I can't just grab another old man over there and just play. So I really need someone my age. So it is my hope that you would consider adding more pickleball courts and also maybe youth programs just so I can play with people my age and meet more people that enjoy the sport as much as I do. Thank you.
Hudson, how old are you? Hudson. Come here. How old are you?
14.
Well, you did a very good job.
Yes,
You represented
definitely.
yourself
Thank
very
you.
well. But I'm going to give you a piece of advice. Always go against the old man because you can beat him. We need more of that, by the way, folks. Young people involved that can come and express their opinion and appoint themselves very well in front of a group. You did a very, very good job. Vicki Hart. Tough act to follow, Mrs. Hart, tonight.
An old lady can take on a young kid any day.
No, I don't know. Oh, challenge.
Vicki Hart, Town of Louisa. I'm sorry I missed you last month. I was taking care of a friend with cancer, and then you had the nerve to move your meeting to my meeting on Tuesday night with the town.
The
of
nerve
Louisa.
of us.
The nerve of you.
Nerve of
my
a
goodness.
holiday.
But I did watch you online, so I did catch up. Now, tonight, I have two things I want to talk to you about. One is FEMA. As usual, I did hear from, the feedback from Mr. Kuhn that yes, it would cost us $1,800 a year for flood insurance, which he thought was prohibitively expensive, but not for somebody who has zero insurance. So I would like you to take that into consideration, that zero is much less of a feedback than what you would get from paying $1,800 out. Because right now, we get nothing. Paying $1,800 a year for FEMA insurance provides us with money back from FEMA for damages that we incur on an individual basis. Apparently, he seems to think that $1,800 is too much to pay, therefore, the zero that I get is what I get from damage assessed. Now, with that being said, also, what I said was going to happen for the last several years happened. We had an EMS call to somebody with a heart attack in the county, and EMS had to walk through waist-deep water to get to him. You're lucky because they got to him. When are you not going to be lucky? My next subject is the House and Senate bills that you may or may not be aware of. I know you're aware of at least one, but there are two bills. One is a bill mandating that you have to approve solar and battery storage facilities on property via SUP, irregardless of any limits that the locality has set into county code. That is SB 697 from Van Valkenburg, and the other one is SB 597 and HB 636, which you are addressing tonight. There are separate ones. And that one gives you the land use authority to the SEC. And the SEC overwrites any decision you can make if they decide they want any green energy use on your property. So I would like you to consider opposing both of those, because it's two separate entities. And that's all I have today. Oh, the parks. You have a park in the town of Louisa. There's no reason you can't put a pickleball court there and a bathroom. I made it.
Thank you. All right. Harry Looney. Where's Harry? You're hidden by the...
Good evening. My name is Harry Looney. I'm in the Mineral District, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the Lake Anna Civic Association Board of Directors to bring you a little bit of information on a budget request that we submitted through the Lake Anna Advisory Committee for water quality monitoring.
Harry, can I interrupt you? I stopped the time. Will you need 5 minutes since you are with on the board?
I won't need all 5, but
all right, I'll
might
give
need
you
more.
up to 5. Okay.
Thank you. I submitted some slides that might be available in the packets or available to you, but basically, you all know the Lake Anna Civic Association is a local nonprofit 501c3. We represent about 850 families around the county. We've been in existence since 1992, and we've been conducting water quality monitoring on the lake and in the watershed since 2002 in partnership with the Department of Environmental Quality, and recently in a lot of coordination with the Virginia Department of Health concerning the cyanobacteria or HAB issues that we've had on the lake. Our budget request this year was submitted through the Lake Anna Advisory Committee, as you requested last year, after last year's award of the requested amount. So you will see that in the LAC submission. I urge you to approve both the LAC request as well as the LACA request. Our request is for $10,000. That's the same as our FY24 request, which you approved this time last year. That requested funding pays for mainly for laboratory analysis of the samples that we take on the lake, equipment maintenance, and supplies to execute the program. We also intend to dedicate part of our FY25 budget to close a data gap that exists on the dominant HAB species that exists in the upper reservoir. That is something that a lot of research is currently being done but it'll require some sediment samples and some analysis to address that data gap. The other area that we'd like to expand our support to is, as you know, the Lake Anna Advisory Committee will be executing $1 million of state funding this year. Hopefully that will continue into the following budget years. And our hope is to work with the Lake Anna Advisory Committee to collect water samples in terms of being able to manage and address what the contractor is doing. We have all the equipment. There's no need for Louisa or for the Lake Anna Advisory Committee to go out and buy more equipment. It's expensive. One instrument is $10,000, and we've got 8 of them. So this is not an undertaking that should be taken if you can coordinate and leverage somebody else like the Lake Anna Advisory Committee. The overall, in FY24, the current budget year, our annual budget cycle is the same as the counties and the states. Our FY24 budget is $26,490. That comes from DEQ, Louisa County, Spotsylvania County member dues and donations from our members. Our total expenses this year exceeds that by about $1,000. So what that tells everybody, it certainly tells me, we are not, we are funding limited. We have over 50 volunteers that are ready to go out and do more work. There's plenty of work to be done. We just need a little bit more money to be able to do that. So I urge you to approve the request as submitted, which was $10,000. And again, that's in the Lake End Advisory Committee's request that came to you last year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Looney. We did work through, Mr. Looney, we did work through outside agencies at a budget workshop earlier this afternoon. Of course, it's never final until the board adopts its budget, but we did tentatively approve that appropriation today. So, thank you. All right, that's all the cards that I have for public comment. Again, I have cards for the public hearings. Is there anybody here that wishes to address the board on any subject that is not a public hearing? And I see you have two cards. You might want to, Mr. Goodwin, you might want to grab those just so we know where they go. So I'll ask one more time. Is there anybody that wishes to address the board on anything that's not a public hearing tonight? Okay, so I'm going to close public comment and move into our information and discussion items. The first item is a discussion on technology overlay districts and our solar work group. I'll be brief. I had this put on the agenda. I would like to appoint a work group of the board to look at our technology overlay district ordinances, and I would like to appoint Mr. Williams and Mrs. Jones to that work group and report back to the board in March on looking to see if we need to do any revisions on our technology overlay ordinance. The second work group, we do have a solar work group which completed its work about 18 months ago. I would like to reactivate that work group to look at our solar ordinances. Mr. Barnes and I serve on that work group. Mr. Barnes, if you're willing to continue there, we'll continue that work group. All right, very good. Second item under information and discussion is a comprehensive plan update, and that would be by Mr. Kuhn.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. So tonight we have the Public Facilities chapter in front of us. That will be coming up shortly under the public hearing. With that, we did just want to do an update. Shortly, we will have some focus areas which are currently at the Planning Commission level and should be coming in a couple months. And we are also working with Thomas Jefferson Planning District on a transportation as well as a housing chapter. So when we get the information from them, as well as some of the 2023 numbers from VDOT traffic counts and different studies, we plan on bringing those chapters as well. I'll stand ready to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions of Mr. Kuhn? All right, and I know we have a public hearing on comprehensive plan, part of the comprehensive plan later this evening, so I'm sure we'll hear from you again. Thank you, sir. Next is an update or a discussion, on a solicitor ordinance. Mr. Goodwin?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We've had some concerns recently from folks in the county that have been approached by solicitors in their homes. And in talking with the sheriff's office, they suggested that maybe we look at an ordinance like some other localities in the Commonwealth have that would handle how solicitors would operate in the county. And so in your board packet, on page 50 of the board packet is just an ordinance from Fauquier County that deals with solicitors, and this isn't the final version that we might put forward for Louisa consideration, but it does include some elements that we might suggest that the board consider if they do direct staff to develop something like this. So obviously, and I'll just be very brief as I run through this, but just defining what a solicitor is, requiring registration in section 18.2, requiring a permit and the display of that permit at the bottom of the bottom of that same page, a fee that would be paid to cover, I think, a basic background check. I don't know if you all would want the Louisa Sheriff's Office to do that. And then the two sections on the second page, the first describes a number of prohibited acts by solicitors and makes several exceptions to the ordinance's definitions. So I know those remarks are very brief. Obviously, no action required by the board tonight, but would like to get some direction from the board if you would like staff to develop an ordinance like this for advertisement and consideration by you all in the public here in the county.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Barnes.
I would like for the county administrator to move forward to look at the ordinance. There's a lot of elderly people that get taken advantage of, with people soliciting, with fake, I guess today's world with AI and other stuff you can do, you can really take advantage of somebody. So I'd like to see the county administrator move forward with that.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion? Any other opinion? All right, Mr. Goodwin. All right, next is a discussion procurement for water and sewage infrastructure. Mr. Wade.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of the board, good evening. I have a request before you tonight and a update, if you will. As you recall, the county approved the water services agreement with AWS, Amazon Data Services, Inc., back in December, and that agreement identified the responsibilities of both parties to it. And one of the responsibilities of the county is to procure all of the easements that we need to build out the infrastructure to serve both campuses that AWS has taken down at this point. So as part of that, the design is well underway. AWS, if you recall, has taken the project design to 30%, then the county will assume it from there. The project's well underway, and at this time, we need access to the parcels that may be impacted by the raw water line and the finished water line and the sewer sanitary line to serve both campuses. So tomorrow, we have letters prepared to send out to the property owners pursuant to Virginia Code Section 25.1203. I've included that code section in front of you along with a sample letter that will be going to the property owners tomorrow. Code section says we have to give them 30 days notice, identify who will be on the property, what purpose they serve on the property, and a timeline that they will be a window that they can enter the property. If we get permission from the landowner within 30 days, we can enter the property. If we do not get permission within that 30-day window, Virginia Code allows us to enter the property on the 31st day. So those will go out tomorrow by certified mail. There's a permission slip in the, included in the letter, self-addressed stamped envelope to send it back to the county with permission. And if we do not get it, again, we get to, we'll enter the property as part of the design phase due diligence. So that will go out tomorrow. Before I go on to the request, I'll happy to answer any questions about that process.
Anyone have any questions, Mr. Wade? Go ahead.
Okay. Again, related to the water services agreement, we talked in December about going with the PPEA approach. That's a Public Procurement Educational Act approach to onboarding a design build firm to actually build the infrastructure, design the infrastructure through 100%. And since we approved the water services agreement, I've received several calls from interested design build firms. I don't know if we will, but it's entirely possible that we may get an unsolicited bid as part of this process to from a design build firm that wants to seek design and constructing the project. So what I would request from the board, from the chairman, is we're going to internally put together a selection committee for that process, and we would like to have 2 board members to join us on that committee as we vet the design build firms that submit for this project.
So I'm going to serve on that. So do we have one other volunteer to Mr. Bardo? Mr. Bardo, does anybody have any objection to Mr. Adams? Mr. Bardo? All right, there's your 2.
That's my request and update. Happy to answer any other.
Any other questions from Mr. Wade? No. Thank you, Mr. Wade. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Mr. Wade.
All right, then we added a discussion on regional jail work crews. Mr. Barnes?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'll be pretty quick with this. Prior to COVID, the board would get people from the Central Virginia Jail to have cleanup crews along the roads. And I know with COVID, all that stopped. Mr. Goodwin is our rep. I'd like to see him, have him start discussions with the jail to see can we begin that practice again.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Our, Chris and I sit on that work group for it, and Chris Kuhn updated us, and we had a meeting, and there was a reason why we weren't able to obtain the jail work group, but we are actually looking at possibly piggybacking with VDOT and hiring their contractors, as Chris is working through all this, and possibly looking at hiring their subcontractors that they use to clean up trash. VDOT does it, as we know, spring and fall, to clean up in between. So, I know the budget, I know. So we are looking at other options because, as I was told, that using the prison wasn't a viable option at this point.
Ms. Jones, that's well intended, but here's my concern. These are people in society that normally give back, and we can kind of get away of getting some labor. I like to get a concrete reason as to why we cannot resume the practice.
I think there is one, but you can.
I'll be happy to get that in writing for you.
All right. Thank you.
And I'll reach out to the
so.
regional jail as well.
Good reason.
Okay.
Are they talking about the one in Fredericksburg?
CDRJ, right?
Yeah.
You know he's your rep on CDRJ.
I know he is, but
Okay, I'll be glad to do it.
I don't care which jail we get.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Maybe we get them both.
Yeah, maybe we get both jails.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, very good. All right, now we move on to new business action items. First is a resolution adjusting the Louisa County Board of Supervisors' regular meeting schedule for the month of April 2024. According to our bylaws, if we have at least two board members who have a conflict and request that a board meeting be changed, we can change that meeting. We actually have both meetings in April that I would propose that we move to April the 8th and April the 29th. Those are important meetings because those are also budget presentation and budget adoption.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, well, I don't think, I will not be here on the 8th. It's the school, so you'll miss a board member.
Okay, that's the presentation. You'll be here on the 29th,
Better missing
right?
two.
You'll be here on the 29th? Okay,
It's spring break for the schools.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, I will not be here, not available on April the 29th.
Oh, actually,
That
no,
Monday.
it's the week before I will not be
I
here.
won't,
So you're gonna be here.
I'm out of
I
town.
can be here.
Ms. Jones is gonna be here.
I can be here on the 8th.
Mr. Jones can be here.
Thursday.
Can you call in?
I can attempt to. Yes, sir.
Okay.
What was the reason, I know there's a conflict, but we're moving the meeting. Is there two members that have meetings somewhere else or something?
Two members on one date and a staff member on the first of the month as well.
I
That's
just,
spring
when I
break, the
read it,
first
there
of
was
the
no explanation.
Well, it's because we were going to talk about it
I
here.
think I missed that.
Okay, well,
Excuse me, we can't hear the discussion out here.
Use your mic.
Okay.
I just wonder what the reasons were, that we're gonna move a meeting.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. So the motion is to move the dates to the 8th and the 29th. So cast your vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next is a resolution opposing House Bill 636 and Senate Bill 567. That's you, Mr. Goodwin, then I have a comment as well.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this information is included in your packet on pages 54 through 56. Speaker spoke about this bill during public comment earlier, so just in very quick summary, both of these bills, if approved, really would bypass local legislation for approving solar and wind projects that are over a certain size. And it would take that authority from you all and give it to the State Corporation Commission. I think many local governments across the state and many citizens across the state would see that as a reduction in representation or in representative government. And I would encourage the board to consider supporting these, and we would share these with our legislators.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah. All right. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor, cast your vote.
Thought you had a comment.
Uh,
Thought you were going to pontificate.
I changed my mind. Sometimes the least said, the better.
Ah, wisdom.
62 years to figure that out. Motion passes 7-0. All right, next is our committee reports. Do we have any committee reports? I feel like I have one.
You do.
I feel like
Did you want to ask some folks to help you with the concept for pictures here
yes.
in the public meeting room?
Yes, so last meeting, we talked about a photo contest across the county in all 7 districts to adorn these walls. We have some very nice pictures upstairs where nobody's ever upstairs, but people who come to the public meeting room don't see any pictures of the county. So we have decided to hold a public photo contest. These are landscape photos, not pictures of people, but landscape photos that would be representative of each of the 7 magisterial districts in the county that would go from all ends of the county. And asked folks to submit those. We'll get some information out online so people can submit those. I think it would be a good project for some of the children at the school. I think it'd be a good project for, any citizen in the county. So I'd like to have 2 volunteers to work with staff so that when those pictures come in, they can be whittled down to what would be the 14 that would appear in the public meeting room. So do I have any volunteers? Mr. McCotter and Mrs. Jones?
Well, well, maybe he can't compete in it. I have somebody who wants
Oh, you have it. Yeah, you
compete
have
in it.
somebody who might want to do it. Anybody else want to volunteer? Fitz, as you're looking around?
I'm the least artistic dude you want.
Well, maybe that's the guy we want, because new art,
Mr.
modern
Woodward
art
would be
is.
very good at that.
You good?
No. No.
Mr. Barlow? Good. Mr. Barlow and Mr. McCotter. Thank you all very much. That's voluntold. Fitz doesn't want to do it.
No, man.
All right. Any other committee reports? All right. We'll move on to board appointments. Do we have any board appointments this evening?
Mr. Chairman, I know I have one. I'd like to appoint Harry Looney, who spoke here earlier tonight, to Lake County Advisory Committee, Louisa County Citizen Representative.
All right.
Second, if there's no more.
All right. No more?
Oh, there's 2 more. Somebody read the other 2. What are they?
It is Miss Wanda Colvin to the Rappahannock Juvenile Detention Center.
So moved.
As an alternate.
Yeah.
And then Amanda Welsh to the Thomas Jefferson Water.
You add them to your motion, sir?
You made your motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I brought this up before, but we do not have a representative for the Piedmont Virginia Community College. Miss Carson Lewis, Larry Lewis' wife, is interested in serving.
You want to add that too?
And so let me get an official resume like I normally do. I'll bring it back next board
time.
meeting, okay?
Just a
All
3?
right.
3. Second.
All right. Any discussion? All right. Please cast your vote.
I can come up. Oh.
There it is.
There it goes.
All right, those appointments are approved 7-0. Next is County Administrator's Report.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I know we have lots of business elsewhere on the agenda, so I'll be very brief. The boil water nose for 605 Village was lifted. We have been in discussions with the state again. If you remember, we talked with them some time ago about some potential funding assistance for that private system. At the time, it was a loan. They've talked about maybe some other options right now, so I'll report back when I have further details on that. And just a reminder, I think we've discussed it already, your next meeting is on Tuesday the 20th, not Monday the 19th, since the 19th is a holiday. That concludes my prepared remarks. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Goodwin?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Now we'll move on to our public hearings. Our first public hearing tonight is a resolution to approve or deny rezoning 2023-07 Essex Concrete Corporation applicants, GFP 1 LLC owners, and I believe Mr. Gillespie is here.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'll be brief this evening. I know there's citizens present to speak to this. This item comes out of Planning Commission. Materials are in your packet, starting page 81 through 87, staff report materials, and proffers from the applicant, pages 98 and 99. I'll speak a little more closely to the mic. Is that better? Okay. Scott, the question is, can the mic get turned up? All right. Thank you. This is rezoning. The case before you this evening is a rezoning, case ID REZ 2023-07. The applicant is Essex Concrete Corporation, represented by agent R.T. Torrey Williams III Esquire, and the owner of the property involved, the subject property, is KFP1 LLC. Again, the material's in your packet, so just a brief orientation. This item changed with revisions to the application and proffers after the Planning Commission meeting. So the graphic representation on the screen is different than what was presented to the Planning Commission, and it is in your packet, but just for the benefit of those who came to that meeting and to this one. There are two parcels involved. As you can see, it's the part of two parcels. So 67-2-C is the property furthest west, the kind of the larger of the areas outlined in red. It's a part of that parcel. The frontage would remain C2, the existing zoning district that it's in, and it's a part of 67-2-B, which totals 13.2 acres, but the portion to be rezoned, proposed to be rezoned, is fairly small. It's the frontage, portion of the frontage, which would give access to the property to the west as an industrial use, and it's 1.93 acres. So together, parts of two parcels totaling 13.81 acres. Patrick Henry District, current zoning C2, in the growth area overlay, with the growth area overlay district. Surrounding zoning varies, commercial, agricultural, and industrial limited. Existing uses, there are a significant amount of woods in this area, so it's hard to tell from the road what the uses are. There are some pictures that the applicant's agent is going to put up, I think, of that. So it's hard to tell exactly what the uses are from the road, but as you can see, there's a significant use on parcel B, which is S&N Communications, and there's an abandoned building with significant wooded area behind it on parcel C. I put two zoning maps up because I think it actually helps to see these in context. Usually we put the zoning subject in the center of the property and kind of come to some scale that makes sense and zoom out. In this case, because the growth area is pretty extensive from Ferncliff, exit toward the west, I've brought in a zoning map that shows the Ferncliff Business Park in context to the subject properties. The map on the left shows the growth areas in the county and their designated future land use by color code, with pink being mixed use, gray industrial, and orange low-density residential.
Is that orange?
No, the subject property is pink.
No. The yellow stuff is there. Is that supposed to be orange?
Yeah.
Okay. Look more like golden, but that's fine. I just want to be clear that that's the orange color you're speaking.
Yeah, if I may, so the more kind of light yellow color is used for the towns of
That's the
Louisa and
towns.
Mineral. Yeah, those are kind of a lighter yellow, pale yellow. There's a circle around this Ferncliff growth area, and on the left, and then on the right, you'll see a closer zoom in of the Ferncliff growth area, kind of stem to stern. The Ferncliff Business Park is an example of mixed zoning by district classification. It's not all been developed, and so as this develops over time, there are a mixture of uses in the I-1 district that are permitted and in the C2 district that are permitted along the frontage. The parcel on the current screen, again, as you can see from an aerial view, there's a significant land use, which is S&N Communications, construction yard, offices, and contractors' equipment. Very hard to see from 250. You would basically look down a small driveway, and there's very little you can see from the road. Similarly, on parcel C, there's a small building and some yard around that building. This is the property to the left, but most of it's wooded. So again, very little to see behind the building that's there. The S&N property was rezoned to C2 at the time, from agricultural A2 to C2 in 2002, pardon me. All right. This is a closer illustration, and the lines are faint here, so I'll just, if you want me to point to anything, I can, but this is the parts of the two parcels, including what would be, what is proposed to be rezoned and what would not be included. So if you want me to come to the screen and point some things out, I can, but for the benefit of the people in the audience, the orientation here is north is to the right instead of a typical orientation with north up. So in this case, Route 250 runs on the right-hand side of this property. So toward the front, there would be a zoning line struck as proposed by this case that would be behind the existing building. That property to the street side or road side would remain C2. The property behind would be rezoned to I2. And then on the other parcel, which is the B parcel, there would be a tangent run from the intersection on the shared boundary, essentially to create the opportunity for a new access point on parcel B to get to parcel C. And that would be rezoned in part I2, and the remainder would be C2 the way it is now.
Mr. Gillespie, I have a question. Can
Yes,
you go
sir.
back? I thought you said it would be a shared entrance with S&N Communication.
It is.
It is. It's a little hard to see on the screen, but if you see where that entrance spills out,
Mm-hmm.
and you see kind of the dark line there, essentially this photograph was taken at a point in time where the shadow cast across the driveway obscures the driveway. It's hard to see it.
I got you.
Yep.
I got it.
The recommendations on this come from the Planning Commission and staff. The Planning Commission, at their January 11th meeting, recommend denial of the application with the proffered conditions that were received at that meeting. Just note the application was revised a week later on January 18th to remove the parcel A, which is not shown tonight, and on January 25th to substitute proffered conditions, which you received in the packet. Staff recommends approval with the conditions proffered, January 25th, with as shown as revised in the staff report. And then there's some kind of comment on the zoning districts here. There is precedent for frontage commercial district zoning at Ferncliff Business Park right down the road. It's a planned business park. We believe that's a good model for limiting commercial and maximizing mix of uses at a finer scale and finer grade than broad brush strokes. We feel that business park model can be adapted to the subject and limiting the impact of a concrete plant without being over an entire area of industrial multiple parcels without some differentiation between the front and back. And then on the proffered conditions, which are received after the Planning Commission, staff recommends approval with the revision of Condition 6 that all the water used on the site by Essex Concrete be purchased from Louisa County Water Authority consistent with the clarification email, which is your enclosure number 3. Just says the intent of the proffer is for all water used on the site by the concrete to be purchased from LCWA. And we recommend in Condition 6 that the language in bold here, which was in your staff report, be used, which is the concrete plant shown on the concept layout plan, and associated uses, shall be solely served by LCWA. So again, these are in the report. I won't dwell on these. I'm happy to answer any questions about them, however.
Mr. Williams.
I got a couple. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. It is my understanding that, and I wasn't there, so it's conjecture, at the Planning Commission meeting before they voted, y'all took a little recess. Because I spoke to my planning commissioner, maybe he got confused. I was trying to understand. And y'all went back and tried to work out some proffers, and you wrote some down on a piece of paper, and then y'all came back and still recommended denial?
The staff took the comments from the general citizenry and translated those into proffers working with the applicant's agent. When the planning commissioner asked if staff could support those, the staff person at the dais said that we had not had time to consider them and recommended denial. Really, denial, deferral would have been the same. Denial or deferral would have been the same, which would be for the planning commission to have additional time to consider them.
So let me get this clear. It wasn't that you recommended denial because you thought it was bad. Your staff member recommended denial because they wanted to have time to absorb them. Is that
was-
right?
Yes, sir, that was the
Okay.
recommendation.
I was just trying to understand because that did indeed happen that way?
That's not what he said, because he made a one-word statement, but that was the reason he said that word.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand because
Yeah,
my
that was the
planning
reason-
commission came back and said, well, they went back to work it all out, and they came back, and I was expecting to be worked out with the staff recommendation of yes, and he said denial, and it kind of.
We made no recommendation on the proposed conditions until asked what the recommendation was.
And basically, it's because you hadn't had time to absorb it.
Correct. So in every case, when given information at a late date, it's hard to offer an opinion on it. It's hard.
I was trying to understand. That's all, sir. Thank you. You've clarified my question.
Anybody else have a question, Mr. Glassman?
Mr. Chairman, the board, we deal with this stuff all the time, but so that people understand in layman's term, what is different now than was at the planning commission? Because I talked to my planning commission member, and he said there were concerns about the water and the hours. And so, can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, sir, I did, and I can't put the language of the staff report up on the screen, but we did walk through that in the report, which was basically conditions 1 through 4 essentially are consistent with part of what the planning commission saw, which was a concept plan. The difference is that the layout for the concept plan has a slightly different, it's very minor, but a slightly different hook in that driveway. It's a little slightly different angle. And then that became the basis for a proposal to limit the application change from commercial to industrial only to the area that was shown. And what was taken to the planning commission involved 3 parcels. And those 3 parcels, those 3 parcels were these 3. So the 3 kind of lined up here. And there's let me show this better here. I'm going to come up to the screen. I'm sorry I have to do it, but.
Well, Josh, the public is more important than us. Okay.
I'll repeat it in the microphone.
Okay.
I'm going to show it on the screen. So our zoning map shows zoning district boundaries, and it splits properties. And so sometimes, like this property, you'll see 2 different classifications, and there's a line there. It's actually one parcel with 2 different zonings on it. It's a split zone parcel.
Can you now do that same thing on that monitor
Yeah,
right there? For the people in the audience?
I can.
Why don't you say it and then go point at it?
Yes.
I will. All right. So one of the peculiarities of the way that we show our zoning classifications on our online mapping, which is available to the people of, it's published online, so it's available to everybody, including citizens in Louisa, is that we show zoning district boundaries which are not always the same as the parcel boundaries. We have split zone parcels, and it just so happens that of the 3 properties that were proposed for zoning change, that the easternmost of those properties, which is parcel A, is a split zone. Yeah, that doesn't show it very well. Is a split zone parcel. It shows it better. So when you look at the 3 parcels involved, one of those is split zone, so it's orange and green, but it's one piece of land. So one thing that changed was the property was limited only to a part of parcel B, the one in the center with S&N Communications on it, a part of parcel C, which is the property that had Ragland's store on it, and then the balance behind it for the concrete plant, and all of parcel A, which has 2 zoning classifications on it. So all of parcel A has been dropped out. All of parcel B that doesn't relate to the entrance to the concrete plant was dropped out, and the portion around Ragland's former store was also removed. So that's one change. The vegetative buffer was committed to, so the Planning Commission was receiving that evening. but they did not have the concept plan that is proffered and committed to on January 25th. The exterior lighting was something that we had put into the draft proffers in discussion with the agent at that meeting and was considered by the Planning Commission, but is also included here. There was a list of potential, essentially limited uses and prohibit all others. That is committed to. So 1 through 4 don't change very much, with the difference that the site plans changed a little bit. Items 5 and 6 are different. So the hours of operation, not on Sundays, are committed to by these proffers. And then the concrete plant language is different than what the Planning Commission considered as well. We have the clarifying email, but just for the record, staff does recommend to you that and associated uses be included in this condition. Just to clarify it for those that come after us.
Excuse me, Mr. Gillespie.
Yes, sir.
When you say vegetative buffer,
right?
Which we understand what you're saying. What kind of trees and things? How far? What's the buffer? What's the length of the buffer all the way around?
It's as shown on the plan here, so it varies some. Essentially, it is, I believe it's 100 feet to the west and 100 feet to the south. There's a small buffer to the east to the adjoining property that's has the commercial contractor's yard use on it. And then essentially all the land between the driveway and the building at the Ragland portion at the front has no use for a concrete plant, and so it would also be kept. That distance varies a little bit. As you can see, there's a line that is struck for the zoning line, so no industrial operations can continue in that area. I mean, this is a pretty firmly engineered concept plan for a concept plan. So
in other words,
yep.
You won't be able to see the plant from 250?
There may be some elements that rise above the trees, but generally from 250, I don't believe you would be able to see it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. Would you go back to your growth area map, please, the gray and orange one? Yeah, the one on the right. So where is this property on there?
The property is in the pink. So
okay.
When you come down from the interstate.
So I was just trying to clear, it is in the pink?
It is.
So and the pink is mixed use being commercial and industrial and maybe some residential. It's kind of a mixed bag of everything in there?
It can include and should include at a fine grain, a mix of uses that are not just 1, 2, 3 separated, but can be mixed in a plan like this or at Ferncliff Business Park.
I'm good. I was wondering if it was in the gray and why we were separating the front, but it's not in the gray. It's in the pink.
It is in the pink.
That's my question. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Gillespie? So I have one.
Yes, sir.
But I had a conversation with my planning commissioner too afterwards. Correct me if I'm wrong, because this is my understanding. It appeared to me after that conversation, I actually watched the tape, that the planning commission's major concerns was water usage, where that water was coming from, through a well or from the Louisa County Water Authority.
Right.
Hours.
Yep.
Sunday. And then a total at the time of 3 parcels being rezoned. Is that right?
Yes.
Let me finish it, and
Yes.
if I don't have it right, tell me. So, from what we've gotten tonight and what I've seen prior to this meeting, so the proffer has been made that all the water for the operation of the concrete plant will come from the Louisa County Water Authority, right? So my understanding is if this passes and that's proffered and that's part of the proffer statement, that's in a legally binding document, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I mean, if anybody violates their rezoning, you can pull the permit and shut anybody down, right? So
Have the ability to do that, yes.
So there's a recourse. One of the concerns I think that I heard from Planning Commission is, well, how do we know? They might say they will, they won't. That one looks to me like it would be pretty easy to monitor. We'll hear what the average use is per day. I think it was 4,000 gallons, wasn't it?
That's what the applicant's agent said, yes.
So they should be getting a bill from the Water Authority every month for about 120,000 gallons of water, right? So that's a county entity. They did proffer hours of operation, no Sunday operation, correct?
They did.
And dropped one of the parcels.
Yep.
And the only reason I asked that is, what you have here, and what we're going to hear from the applicant, we're going to hear from these folks here, you had a vote from the Planning Commission to deny, which came after the proffers were offered, and I heard your explanation. I accept your explanation for that. But it looks like most of the Planning Commission concerns, and this is how I think this process is supposed to work, have at least been addressed in the proffers. Whether the board accepts it or not, I don't know, but at least have been addressed in the proffers. Mike, did I got most of it?
I agree with all that, and just a small point I would add to really amplify what you're saying is that the Planning Commission also heard from citizen comments about traffic, noise, and pollution, potential pollution to water and air, and recognize that all those things are regulated by agencies other than Louisa County. And so I would also say that, to your point, that the Planning Commission considered what they could and acted on that, and then the case changed after that. They realized there was no action to take as it related to traffic, noise, air, and water.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that because I had a long actually took my Planning Commissioner lunch. You got a free lunch out of it. So, does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Gillespie? All right, is the applicant here or the applicant's counsel? I'm sorry. You got to say it loud. Use a mic, Mrs.
I'm just formulating my thought here. So you're saying that this industry is heavily regulated, from what I understand?
Yes.
And it's not just this particular concrete plant, but the other ones that we have in the county are also regulated too. So the one Allied at Zion's Crossroads and the one in between. So they're all regulated, not by the county? Okay.
Right.
That's it.
Anything else? All right, thank you, Mr. Gillespie. And is Mr. Williams here? Behind the podium. Mr. Williams?
Oh, he's hiding.
Mr. Williams, do you have a slide presentation?
I do.
Okay, since we can't have a slide presentation and keep the time at the same time, I'll keep the time on my phone.
That sounds great.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
do my best to stay within my parameters.
Yes, sir.
That's 45 minutes, right, Chairman?
No.
Close, but not quite.
Very good.
Yeah, 43, 40, yeah.
All right, Mr. Chairman, am I released?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for your time this evening. I come before you representing the interests of Essex Concrete, and I want to talk about the journey that we've been on together over the last couple months. So everything Mr. Gillespie said and all the responses to his questions are 100% accurate. But let's talk about how we got here. So when I first made application with the county, it was very clear that I wanted a portion of parcel C and just the stem access across parcel B for industrial use. After speaking with the county, upon application review, the pre-application meeting, I was asked, would your clients consider potentially looking at section B as industrial? Because the use that's there arguably is already industrial, S&N Communications. And we said, sure, no problem. We only care about the concrete plant, but we're fine with that. And then it was asked, would you consider including all three parcels? Because this is really the long-term vision for the county in this area. Again, we said, sure. So why do I tell you that? I tell you that to let you know that we have zero heartburn about backing it down. We never wanted or needed parcel A. And I understand the trepidation and concern from the planning commissioner and from the neighborhood at large for 39 acres being carte blanche zone industrial. But that's not where we stand today. Where we stand today are two very specific properties. So I'm going to call them B and C. And if we go back here, Mr. Gillespie's slide also showed that the majority of the use for C, that's where it's situated. It's on about 4 acres. The rest is buffer. The portion of B is solely for access. And we're going to get to talk about that in a minute. Well, why are you using parcel B? We're going to get to that. So the location, I think we're all well versed in that, right off the Fern Cliff exit there. Come down 208, hang a right on 250, it's on the left. So what is the current zoning? The current zoning for these parcels is C2. It does have agricultural surrounding it, and there is industrial across the street over at the Fern Cliff Business Park. As Mr. Gillespie also alluded to, the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. Right? About 5 years ago, this board and former iterations of it voted on what does the county want to see in these areas? What does the future of Louisa look like? And I think this is an important picture because if you look, while the two parcels that we're talking of today admittedly are mixed use, all around it is gray. And I actually like Mr. Gillespie's picture much more because it does show from tip to tip of what the corridor and the intention of the county, at least when they did the plan for the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, what the desired outcome was. So what is our desired use? It's a concrete plan. And we're going to talk about what that looks like and what it doesn't look like here in just a minute. But for tax map parcel 67-2C, you can see, and I took the step of making the area that I'm asking for the rezoning for in red. I think it's easier to see this way. It does not include the front portion of the store. I guess the old store, I didn't know it was the Raglan store. I learned something tonight. But it does not include the road frontage of parcel C, but does include the portion of parcel B for the access. Why is that? I've gotten that question a couple times through this process. Why are you including access coming across parcel B? It makes no sense. Just let it come off of parcel C. Well, the most direct reason and the truth is that there's already a turn lane and a taper there for S&N Communications that I'm going to show you in a second. So it just makes sense for safety and also for infrastructure to utilize the entrance that already exists. Well, then people in the zoning department and your county attorney will tell you that you cannot cross a less intensive use, commercial, for a higher intensive use, industrial. But it does work vice versa. You can cross a industrial area to use for commercial purposes. So that's the necessity of rezoning that little triangle, the 1.93 acres that come into the site. And again, let's talk about section C real quick. 11.88 acres, but about 4 acres of it is where the plant is going to be. About 7 acres in buffering, a lot of buffering. And when we get to those buffers, if we talk about those buffers, you're going to learn this is mature forest. They're tall, they're thick, and we're not going to disturb them. They're going to remain in place. So what are we doing? What kind of concrete plant are we doing? Well, the industry as a whole has moved towards a mobile concrete batch plant. This is not a monstrosity that you might think of in a highly industrialized area. This is about a 30-foot tall structure, and you can see wheels on them. The reason is because they can be moved. They're brought in, and they're set up in place. And one of the planning commissioners asked a really good question. Well, why is it mobile? Like, are you planning on moving it? No, there's no plan to move it. They're going to be set up here. They can be moved if the venture doesn't work. It's not profitable. Sure, they might take it somewhere else. But what I can tell you is that the industry as a whole is moving to these mobile plants. It's just how they do it. So what are the concerns? Air quality and dust, water runoff, two kinds, the normal stormwater considerations, but also the wastewater from the concrete plant, noise, water usage, traffic, and then the other uses. We're going to blow through those hopefully quickly. We've heard a lot about air quality and dust. I want to be very clear. Dust is no one's friend. You know what dust isn't good for? It's not good for people. We get that. You know what also it's not good for? Your employees who work on site. You know what else it's not good for? It's not good for the machines. It increases wear and tear. It increases maintenance. It's in everybody's best interest to keep dust low. But boy, do I have good news for you. The Department of Environmental Quality. And so Mr. Gillespie was discussing about outside agencies. What I've learned through this process, and that's why I love my job, I get to talk to people and learn about different industries. And I've learned a lot about concrete plants over the last couple months, specifically that the concrete industry is one of the most regulated industries in the state. And in focusing on dust, every concrete plant has to receive an air quality permit from DEQ prior to ever running. Right?
Mr. Williams, can you use the mic a little bit more?
Oh, I'm
Some
sorry.
people can't hear.
I apologize. I'll try to be still too, talking to the mic. So air quality, specifically as it relates to these concrete plants, requires an air quality permit to be issued from the Department of Environmental Quality before it's ever used. That's number one. Designed, applied, approved by DEQ. Then there are yearly audits that are required from each location. And so my client, as a lot of other concrete companies, have a professional engineering firm that put together these audits and turn them into the Department of Environmental Quality for review. In addition to that, guess what? Sneak attacks. DEQ will come in and pop in and look and do surprise inspections. So one of the other cool things I learned about concrete plants is that they have really technical terms. And one of those is a dust collector. That's exactly what it's called. It's a giant vacuum that is sitting on site. It's this rectangle area that has a pipe that goes up to the top of the loading of the concrete truck, and that's a giant vacuum that sucks and contains the particulates. And then what it does is it dumps it back into the hopper to be reused. So the first thing about dust is not letting the dust get into the air. Let's talk about water. So naturally occurring stormwater runoff. So I will tell you that my client has already engaged the services of an engineer, and a wetland delineation has been done on the entirety of Parcel C. We know where the wetlands are. We know where the streams are. This site has been specifically developed to maximize that. And you can look at the site and tell. It's shifted over to one side. It's not in the middle. There's buffers preserved on the other side. One of those reasons is because of the wetland delineations. And so what I can tell you is that we have the data. We have the information to let you know that this preliminary, admittedly, site plan is the plan that's going to work because it does provide for the ability to have stormwater runoff retention ponds. And again, as I like to remind everyone, we'll have to go through site plan approval. But let's talk about a different type of wastewater. This is the wastewater from the operation, the wastewater from the concrete plant and what's generated. And here's what I can tell you. Every drop of water that touches a machine, that touches a truck, that is used, is accounted for. It has to be. And so how do they do that? Well, they have these wastewater retention bins from cleanouts, and you can see a picture there. It's captured, they're non-porous, they are retained, and then the water is then either recycled back into the plant to be used for concrete, or it evaporates, leaving any sediment from the washout. But it is not released onto the site, it is not released into the stream. And again, our friends over the Department of Environmental Quality require water permits, annual audits, as well as surprise inspections. Noise. Let me tell you, I'm a lawyer, didn't go to med school, numbers aren't my thing. But what I will tell you is that I got to look at the sound attenuation formula. So a concrete batch plant produces about 83 decibels when you're about 50 feet away. Okay? That means nothing to me. I don't know what 83 decibels is. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know how to compare it. So first of all, we look and we see that a generator is 82, a chainsaw is 85, and an air compressor is 80. That kind of gives, I think, most people an understanding of what type of noise and what level we're discussing here. From there, there's a sound attenuation formula that you can figure out, well, what will it be at a certain distance? And so this site plan allowed me to calculate that from the back property line to the batch plant, there's 428 feet. So at 428 feet, it's 64.35 decibels. But that sound attenuation formula doesn't account for the fact that there's a buffer. And not only that there's a buffer, there's a substantial buffer. And so the sound attenuation calculates if it was over an open field with no impediments. So what I can tell you is that if, which will never happen, the site was clear cut with no trees and no buffering, that at the back property line, it would be 64.35 decibels, which is still below the daytime level acceptable in the A1 and A2 zoning. Water usage. You heard Mr. Gillespie tell you it's about 4,000 gallons a day is the calculation that's to be used. I can tell you that the applicant and the owners have given me the authority, in which we've done in writing, proffer to you, that we will use water from the Louisa County Water Authority. We will connect and we will purchase our water. 2 minutes. We're going to speed it up. Traffic impacts. So these are the daily traffic considerations. Mixer trips 25, materials, employees, comes up to about 37.88 trips a day. So again, we kind of go back to our site. Well, why is traffic not a concern? There's already a large turn lane that can be repainted and utilized, a wide taper. No trucks will need to go down Mallory Road unless they're pouring concrete on Mallory Road. But there's no need to go down there. They can come in right off 250 here. And this area is already slowing due to the intersection of Ferncliff. Industrial uses, these are all the uses that you could get in an I-2 zoning. But I want you to know that we're striking almost all of them. And you can see they listen to proffer. It's easier to read what we're going to retain versus what we're going to strike out, but this is a good visualization. Proffers. I want to take a minute and pause for a second. This is a process. Anytime you come before a county, a board, you do a neighborhood meeting, it's a process and you become a listener. And my clients have, in my opinion, become good listeners throughout this process. They have addressed every concern that's been thrown at them. And I want to be very clear. It wasn't that we weren't able to give you proffers and address issues at the Planning Commission. It sounded like a timing issue. It wasn't that we weren't willing, we did do that. So, trying to come in under the wire, I'll be happy to answer any questions. And if I have a couple extra seconds.
You have 12.
I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Williams, I heard you talk about those containments that you showed the pictures of, and I heard you talking about the water. How about what stays in there?
It's the sediment and the washout, but these are non-impervious. They are impervious, and so therefore they retain any of the sediment. And the sediment so it varies from plant to plant, but I will tell you that my client has a plant in Alet where when they clean out these bins, they take it there to where they normally crush and recycle concrete.
Okay, so whatever's in those doesn't stay?
Absolutely
and it
not.
Isn't disposed on site or?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Chairman.
You wanna?
No, I've answered all my questions.
Do you know, Mr. Williams, and I was going to ask a question about this too, what is this retention structure made out of? That looks like it's concrete. I don't know if it's concrete or, do you know what it's made out of?
I think it is concrete, but it also has different liners in it. If you look on the very back picture, you can see a liner system that's in the concrete.
Okay. Is there, do you have any,
You know what he's done?
do you have any idea how often it's
cleaned.
removed?
Sure. I can get you an answer if you'd like me to get you one.
Sure.
All right.
As
hold on.
needed. As needed.
Mr.
He's going to get you.
He's getting an answer.
Depending on volume, once every 3 weeks.
Okay. Mrs. Jones, I'm sorry.
I live within 3/4 of a mile of the Allied concrete plant up in Zion's Crossroads, very close to me. Is this going to be, and it seems to have a very small footprint up there. Is this project bigger or smaller than Allied Concrete at Zion's Crossroads? Just visually in my head.
Absolutely. It's smaller. It's much smaller. But even more importantly, I think, than how big it is physically is the production. The Allied plant puts out about 60,000 cubic yards a year.
Wow.
This facility will put out about 15,000.
Oh,
So
that's
1/4.
a difference.
Yeah, 1/4.
So it is big, it's smaller, much smaller.
Yes.
Mm.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Williams? All right, Mr. Williams, thank you. I'm sure we'll probably have more after the public hearing. So,
Good news, sir.
Yes, I do. I'm going to open the public hearing. I do have some cards. So when I call your name, come up to the podium, give your name and your voting district. According to the bylaws of the Board of Supervisors, Louisa County residents are given the opportunity to speak first. Residents from outside of the county then speak after all Louisa County residents have spoken. And I say that because I do have some cards that say we have some folks from Fluvanna. So we will get to you, but we'll just hear it from Louisa County residents first. So the Greg Husafluke is the first speaker.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Greg Hosafluk. I live in the Patrick Henry voting district. I've lived in Louisa County for 50 years and 42 years on property adjacent to the subject property for rezoning. Before I get started, I just want to make one clarification for Mr. Gillespie said that parcel A was a split zoning usage. It is not. Years ago, when Mr. P.T. Spencer was chairman of this board, I had the entire property zoned C2. So it's not a split zoning on that, for clarification, so the county can get that fixed.
We'll check our records.
Okay. About this property, my areas of concern are, the current property is zoned C2, of course, and 2040 Ferncliff growth area for future land use designates many other areas for industrial usage. And this particular property is zoned for mixed usage, and I'd like to see it was designated so far into the future for that particular usage. I don't see the need to have it rezoned industrial, because there's plenty of other areas that the county has already designated that they would like to see industrial. I will say that the KFPI, the Powell property is zoned C2. They've been good neighbors. So I'd like to just say that. Even the Ferncliff Business Park is zoned Industrial 1, not Industrial 2. So there's still plenty of other options in Louisa County for industrial usage for a plant this designation. I'd like to also address stormwater management. I did look on the property today, went down and visited, and the wetlands are delineated. I stepped off and measured the 100-foot buffer between my property and the stormwater management basin. There's quite a change in elevation. There's going to be a lot of tree removal and construction, earth moving in order to make a berm to hold a stormwater management pond. I think what they show on their plans is going to be far too inadequate in size to contain the runoff from this site. Also, the soil studies in the county show that these lands don't perk very well, and that would cause more runoff once the vegetation is removed. So you really have to be extra careful on these stormwater management basins. I just don't think what's proposed is going to be nearly accurate or adequate for that usage. Also concerned about the design of that so close to the wetlands. They have it built right up to where the wetland delineation is, and they're going to have to build a berm, et cetera, so close. They have to be very, very careful about that. I'm also concerned about the hours of operation. They say they're not going to work on Sunday, so that's wonderful. Well, what if they have a big pour?
15 seconds.
And are they going to be bringing in sand, aggregate, potash, et cetera, in the middle of the night? Or are they going to be batching this stuff so they can run the trucks out at 6 o'clock in the morning? I mean, other noise ordinances in Louisa County prohibit such activities, and we really need to address that as well.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Next card I have is Gina Lombardi.
Well, good evening. My name is Gina Lombardi. Excuse me. I live in the Patrick Henry voting district, and I also live on property adjacent to the property that is in question for rezoning. I've heard it said here tonight that other agencies are responsible for monitoring and enforcing regulations that would affect the health and quality, air quality, pollution, other factors. But as you know, you are the people who are responsible for approving or denying and opening the door to allowing this industrial zoning in this area, which is mixed use. And although much of it is zoned for commercial and light industry, much of it has only ever been used as agricultural residential land. That includes my home. And I'm very concerned about what is being said here tonight. And there are some very interesting things that are being said about safety measures, but has there actually been an environmental impact study? Do we really know what the possibilities are for air pollution? I spent a lot of time this last summer having to stay indoors because of the smoke that was in the area, the particulate matter from the fires, which raises the risk for heart attack, stroke, and asthma. So I'm worried about that. I'm also worried about the water discharge. And there has been the issue raised about the vegetative buffer zone. Well, once you grant that zoning change, what guarantees do we have that that really is going to stay in place? Once that change has been offered, what power do you have to come in and revoke it in the event that they change their minds about what they want to do with that land once they have that zoning? This is a mixed-use area. It has a lot of residential homes there, and I ask you to help us protect those. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Stacy Shiflett.
I'm Stacy Shiflett. I live in the Patrick Henry District. And my biggest thing is, I think you're talking about the sound. Says it's not going to be the sound. They give you all the decibels. Well, I live right down on Venable Creek, which is right down through the hollow from where they're talking about putting this plant at. And at my house, at even 800 feet off the road, I hear the interstate. It's not really loud, but I hear it from all the way from where I'm at. And sound carries down through that valley. You're going to hear that. I mean, I can sit there and I can hear a person talking up the creek line up towards that way. And, you know, it's just, and then they go into the fact of you're only going to make 15,000 yards a year. And you got Allied up there making 60,000. Well, I have a hard time believing that this company's going to stay at 15,000. If Allied can make 60, this company's going to turn around and try to do the same thing and take their profits as well. They're going to do it. It's being snowballed. And I just, you know, I don't feel it's going to be like that. And it's just, you know, the amount of trucks that's going to be coming in there. I mean, and somebody said that, oh, that is slow up there at the intersection at Ferncliff. Let me tell you, I see accidents there all the time. All the time there. And you think these trucks are going to be able to stop when some car or something by mistake pulls there, even though it would be their fault? No, it's going to kill that person. It's this area there is designed, to me, for the regular C2. When you start getting into industrial 2, you have opened the whole door here for that one area there, and it's not going to stop it in those lots. There's other areas to build on. Matter of fact, on Gold Mine, there's an old concrete plant up there that was there when the housing took off. It was in 2009 or so when it closed. I ain't sure if it was Allied. Why don't they go there and put it there with the infrastructure already there? We don't need our water in that creek contaminated from hard rains or floods. It's going to overflow. It's just a matter of time. And when it does, it's going to contaminate that creek. And that creek starts right there at the interstate. And it's a healthy creek. You don't see healthy creeks that does not have crawdads and minnows in it the way that one does. There is no contamination there, and it will be. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next is Sophie Hacken. I'm going to ask. Before you start, ma'am, you put on your card that
Yeah.
you were representing residents of Reedy Creek. Are you a member of their HOA?
I'm not. So
Are you an officer of their HOA?
Not anymore.
Okay, then you can't represent a group unless you're officially
Yeah.
part of it. So you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, good evening, board members, neighbors, guests. Where's the microphone? Oh, here we are. My name is Sophie Hacken, and I reside in Reedy Creek, Patrick Henry District. We are presenting you with a petition that I have right next to me of at least 40 people in my area who have signed opposition to the construction. It is the most democratic way to remind authorities of their duties and failures. Unfortunately, we had a time disadvantage, so the late notification and Reedy Creek POA change of chairs influenced. In a meeting of January 11 this year, the Planning Committee declined the rezoning proposal on grounds of noise, air, water, CO2 pollution from heavy cement trucks, constantly using local roads, unclear operating hours 6 days a week continuously. I was never informed or read about it until my neighbor alerted me recently, so I doubt that many people knew about this. Louisa County has been less than transparent about all information connected to the rezoning change in the Ferncliff growth area for agriculture, commercial, light industrial zones, I1, to push for medium-heavy zones, I2, that was originally not meant to be there. possibly opening also the doors to companies like Essex Concrete to move in. There are more industrial parks where they could move to near Science Crossroads. What is the Louisa County 240 comprehensive plan, I wonder? Is it an established plan that should guarantee the present zoning until the year 2040? Then this action by you, if approved, would contravene it. Why are you here, you may ask? Well, it's a common knowledge that the county, any county for that matter, likes to increase their tax income through growth. And some influence may be due to Essex Concrete, cannot be ruled out. They must like the readily available I-64 highway, water and low population density, including farmers, facilitating a quick ruling with little notification or opposition. We're talking about long-term effects here for this community, extending to 3 to 5 miles. Environmental damage for years to come has an incremental effect, as toxic particles blowing and spreading, silicon spills, overuse of available water. KFC1, Essex Concrete lessee of owner, has not discussed any environmental issues. Remember, this concrete batch industry ranks 3rd highest polluter in the nation. I have a folder with studies I made of explanations. I have them for you. When all this is said and done, the result could be
15
that
seconds.
people might want to move out rather than move in this area. We appeal to your objective common sense and morality and obligation, and not endangering hundreds of people, their lives and livelihoods. We will carry that burden of responsibility to your successors of the Board of Development in our community, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have here the surveys all completed for you. Can I hand them out?
You can give them to Mr. Goodwin.
Okay.
Next is Matthew Fields.
I have these research, there are 5 companies that publicize on the internet.
Hold on, Ms. Fields.
Thank you.
Good evening. Matthew Fields, voting District 54. Early signs of spring have given me hope. I think they give us all hope. I'm a God-fearing man, but for that I wouldn't be here speaking to you. I'm a husband of 1 wife, the mother of my 3 sons. It's no small thing to bring a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old to a Board of Supervisors meeting. And I do want to thank you for being here tonight, supervisors, members of the community, my friends, my neighbors. We moved here 16 months ago, drawn to Louisa by its natural splendor, the warmth of its people, the vitality of its spirit. Though I will admit that we didn't exactly know what we were getting into until we attended a Louisa football game. Whew. We all know how to do it. I have one small request. Thinking of my asthmatic 3-year-old son who lives just a couple miles away from the property in question. Thinking of my second-born who's no longer with us. Thinking of my eldest son, Peter, who's 5. It's that you count the cost. What is the value of the aquifers that our farmers use to water crops? What is the value of the wells from which my children and our children drink? What is the value of the air that we all breathe? I ask that you count the cost. And I recommend that you deny REZ 2023-07. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Susanna Bickley.
My name is Susie, AKA Susanna Bickley. I live in the Patrick Henry voting district. My concerns have been addressed, but I still have those concerns because I know as well as anybody, I'm old enough to have seen this happen over and over and over, where businesses, factories state one thing, and then a few years down the road become lax. So I want to make three main points about the installation and operation of the proposed cement batching plant. For the water, you know, most of us get our water from the wells. Our water at my house, fresh, clean, clear, delicious. We've never had an issue with contamination in our water. And my husband, who is a farmer, has waterers from the wells for his cattle because they've been fenced off of the rivers and the creeks. The thought of our water supply being contaminated is alarming. The health risks are staggering. Will our wells dry up? And I know they say that it's coming from the Water Authority, but who's to say that that's not going to change down the road also? Will they continue to supply us with water we need and our cattle need to survive? Will we face having to turn the cattle back out on the creek and the river? That would defeat the whole environmental purpose of getting them out of the water supply to begin with. So we are very much in danger of living with major water pollution that's irreversible. Planning Commission. I do have concerns that they said, you know, they denied it at first. And I know they have, the reasons are kind of questionable, but if they had some oppositions and concerns, then there's something to that. It doesn't mean that it's okay to put this in another area of Louisa. It doesn't belong in our county, period. Now, I firmly believe that all of you are intelligent enough to research and find industries that are clean and less problematic to come into our county and firm up that tax base. We voted for you, trusting that you would make decisions that benefit the majority of the constituents. Be creative. Money should not be the driving force if it jeopardizes the health, well-being of humans and animals. Solar panels were promoted as being very good idea. We have had so many problems with the solar panels and getting into our water supply and, you know, cattle drinking muddy water. Not ours because they're on well water. And then the last piece is noise pollution. We know that trucks have big motors and make loud noises. We also don't have the infrastructure out there at that location to support all of that traffic. So I have concerns about that. So anywhere this plant is located, problems will persist. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Michael Breen. Is he here?
Yeah.
Come on up.
You're working on it.
In the rest. Okay.
I would ask for
I will.
All set. Good evening, members of the board. I'm Mike Breen, a come here. In August 2006, when I retired, my wife and I built our dream home in the Reedy Creek subdivision in south central Louisa County, within a mile of I-64 exit 143, less than 2 miles from the Ferncliff intersection. I'm in Patrick Henry District. In retiring at age 58, I decided to give back to the community versus launching into another career. I became very active in nonprofits and you name it. I've tried them all. And I've also served as an officer of election, working for this lady right here. So I'm very familiar with the politics of the county. Even in February 2012, I started a year-long unpaid and uncompensated volunteer role as a case manager tasked with meeting homeowners whose homes and our wells were damaged by the earthquake on August 23, 2011. I learned a new phrase, the new normal from FEMA and VDEM field inspectors and from VOAD volunteers. You don't want to go where the new normal is. Since 2013, I have also served 5 one-year terms on the POA for Reedy Creek. Throughout my 17 years living in the county, I've gotten to meet, to know, to respect, and to trust you, our elected officials. And I have worked extensively with the Office of Planning and the Office of Community Development. My take is that Louisa County has transitioned from a motto coined in 2007 of Keep Louisa Green to one that welcomes controlled and responsible growth of housing, recreational services, schools, and infrastructure. I, too, have evolved from the Keep Louisa Green mantra of the farming and forestry industries that were dominant in 2007 to a more modern personal assessment that Louisa County welcomes controlled and responsible growth in the building of housing and expansion of trade and commerce. I credit this positive growth curve to Dale Edelman, a former county attorney and executive who in 2009 and 10 kicked off the strategic planning process. He challenged his staffers to find census and other public data, identify best practices, create metrics to measure and evaluate that data, and present findings and recommendations to elected officials and to the public on how to make Louisa County attractive and environmentally friendly and sustainable. Lo and behold, that data was critical to helping us recover, help you guys make decisions in recovering from the earthquake. I recall Dale making public presentations about flow. Flow of what? Flow of water, flow of sewage, flow of traffic physically via roads, as well as electronic data and communications, flow of population, and the environmental impacts of density. All are critical elements in successful strategic planning.
15 seconds, sir.
Dale, working with veteran long-term members, you and Willie, came up with an idea, a strategy to develop the interstates, all of these places. And Zion Crossroads is the epitome of an economic engine. So you promised us that it would be C2. It needs to stay C2. We don't want industrial 2. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Heidi Shalloway.
I'm Heidi Shalloway, Patrick Henry District. On the January 11th Planning Committee video, I listed the negative effects of concrete batching plants, including noise, increased traffic, a depleted aquifer, air and water pollution, and resulting cancer, respiratory, and cardiac diseases. Concrete batching plants are the 3rd most polluting industry. Essex would have us believe otherwise, stating dust collectors resolve air quality problems. Other plants use dust collectors, yet numerous medical and scientific studies still state that areas within 5 miles of cement plants are considered high danger zones due to air quality. Moss Knuckles Elementary School falls within that 5-mile zone. Ferncliff residents live only hundreds of yards away. People elsewhere living near these plants move away. Those unable to move suffer health consequences. Cases are widespread. Do your research. Essex Council stated, quote, gravel, dust, and dirt, it's not harmful. It's no problem. What world does he live in? Medical, scientific, and government studies and safety data sheets identify multiple health effects from gravel and road dust as a carcinogen and on respiratory and cardiovascular systems. The difference is walking on a gravel driveway does not kick up as much dust as stepping on the gas pedal of a 33-ton concrete truck, or from crushing nearly 20 tons of materials 5 times a day. Essex's photos of its concrete washout containers are not covered. The EPA brochure, Stormwater Best Practices, states rainfall can cause these uncovered containers to overflow, transporting washout water to surface waters, polluting soil, plants, groundwaters, roads, creeks, rivers, lakes, and estuaries. Council for Essex stated a concrete batching plant produces 83 decibels at 50 feet. That's equal to a diesel train at 45 miles per hour at 100 feet. Louisa County Code of Ordinances mandates noise levels for industrial zone properties not exceed 75 decibels, daytime, or 65 nighttime. Nighttime is defined as sunset until 7 a.m. October through June, and sunset until 6 a.m., July, August, and September. He stated 83 decibels would start at 6:30 a.m., weekdays, occasional Saturdays, and with high demand could start earlier and run later than their usual working hours. Their stated hours and decibels breaks local ordinances. Don't be duped. Concrete batching plants are not pristine. They have bad reputations.
15 seconds.
People do not want to live near them. Would you want to live near one? If not, do unto others and you would have them do unto you. Don't subject our community to what you would not do to yourself. Thank you.
So I do not have any other cards from residents of Louisa County. I do have cards from people from outside of Louisa County. Are there any other residents of Louisa County that at this time would like to address the board concerning this public hearing? Mr. Winston.
My name is Philip Winston. I'm a resident of the Mineral District. I did not come here tonight to speak, but I do have some concerns about the same that the citizens out here have. But I wanted to bring to your attention that although I'm sure the applicant was sincere in their proffers that they offered, but when talked about hours of operation, it appears that they kind of did a little dance, did a little dodge, and said, well, we won't be open on Sunday. I happen to have a relative that manages a concrete batching plant. I talk to him often. Often at 8 o'clock at night, he's going to bed because he has to be on the job at 2 a.m. Often he's getting home at 11 or 12 o'clock at night because he had a batch to run out at 9 o'clock at night. These places operate based on when their customer demands that they supply them concrete. If it's 100 degrees outside, they can't be pouring concrete at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So they're pouring concrete at 5 o'clock in the morning, they're pouring concrete at 9 o'clock at night. So that product has to be mixed, batched in a truck on the way to that site, sometimes at 3 and 4 a.m., sometimes at 9 and 10 at night. Well, that's great that you're going to be closed on Sunday, but you could be open 16, 18 hours a day, Monday through Saturday. I think that the proffer needs to be changed if you're going to accept it, to indicate an actual functioning hours of operation of this facility. Personally, I think that this facility needs to be in an industrial park where there are other industries and not sitting along the side of 250. The other thing I noticed is that we talked about the turning lane. Well, the turning lane comes from traffic coming from the west. How many of those trucks are going to be coming off of 64 from the east of that property? Now there is no turning lane to get into that property if they're coming off of 64. Are they not looking to put this plant in this location because of its locality to 64? Certainly not because they want to be close to Zion's Crossroads. There's other property close to Zion's Crossroads.
15 seconds.
So the traffic is going to be a problem coming from the other direction. Thank you very much, and I hope you make an informed decision.
Mrs. Hart.
Vicki Hart, Louisa District. My engineering brain is kicking in, sorry. My only question is on the water that's used to wash the trucks and equipment. In the photograph that was shown, it shows the berms that contain the water. And as you could see, those berms were almost full. So my question is, when we have a heavy rainstorm, where does the overflow go? That's my only question, because I did not see an overflow exit or outlet or an empty tank next to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hart. I think that, no, I can't see, but two people, yes, there's people right here, the podium blocks the view.
My name is Raynard Richardson. I'm in the Patrick Henry District. I live exactly across from Cavalier. And what I have noticed is I've seen 4 accidents at Ferncliff Drive. I hear tractor trailers early in the morning coming in. I get trash in my front yard. I get gloves. I get a whole bunch of stuff from Patriot Industry. And then Amazon is there. And it's a lot of traffic. And I feel that bringing that plant here, it'll be even more traffic in that area. So check the police report about traffic and accidents there, because it's building up.
Is there anyone else from Louisa County that would wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
The lady back there, see if she stood up.
And you'll be next.
Hello, my name is Lisa King, and I live in the Patrick Henry District, about a half a mile from where this proposed plant is going to be. And I don't have any other concerns other than what the people have said here. All of those things are my concerns also. I'm concerned about the environment. I'm concerned about being so close to something that has so much noise and pollution. But I also just want to say that years ago, my father-in-law, he was on the Board of Supervisors, James King. And I remember him getting calls all the time from people in his district talking about what they were concerned about, how they felt. And he took in consideration their feelings because he represented that district. So it wasn't always what he felt like, how he wanted to vote. He was representing those people, and he took in consideration how they felt about it. And that's how I feel about our representative, that you need to hear from us, take in consideration how we feel, even though it may be something that you think is good for the county. We're the people that live in this area. So I just want to say that that's important to me, that my representative hears what we're saying and takes it into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I see. So I've let you applaud, and I will let you applaud, but we don't scream. We're not at a football game. So we're going to stay respectful through this entire process. So, yes. Did both of you want to speak? Did you want to speak? I think you were first. She wanted to speak. Okay, thank you. Oh, she's going to. Okay, good. A lot of pressure.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Johnston, and I live right at Mallory. And I see buses come through there every day, school buses. I also am the daughter of parents that moved here in 1961. And I came and moved here right after 9/11 in 2001. And I've been here. I've raised my family here. I've been here 21 years now. If you bring this plant here, I will consider leaving here because I came to Louisa because the happy lifestyle that my parents lived here, and I got a chance to see that. So it hurts me to know that I might have to uproot just to stay safe. My mother actually died from cancer over there near Mineral. And so I have been diagnosed with something that I don't think anybody wants to live with. So, and I worked for Philip Morris in New York, so I know what the dust does in the air. So I hope that we consider everything that everybody has said here, because I support them. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Somebody over here? Oh, yes, yes, ma'am.
My name is Lisa Luck, and I'm in the Patrick Henry District. And my husband was an electrician, and he worked in a lot of plants. And these dust collector systems that they show, they don't do that great a job, because he would come home and tell me all about the dust collector systems that work so well, that don't work so well, and how he had to clean them out, and how much dust got out, and how much the people that worked in the plants were sick. And so, also the roads right there, I don't know if you've been there, but since I've been there, there's been accidents right and left. My daughter goes to work there every morning. Do I want to see her get crushed by some truck that can't stop? No. So y'all need to really do a little bit of intense looking at these things, because like I said, my husband died of cancer too, but believe me, he worked on a lot of these dust collector systems. They don't work like they say they do. And I just want you to know that.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening to the board. I'm Wellington Jimenez, and I just moved here about a year and a half ago after I retired from the United States Navy after 24 years. One of the reasons why I moved to Louisa, I purposely and intentionally looked into moving to Louisa, not only because of the area that was beautiful, the cost of living was great and all those things, but the one thing that has not been addressed here is the property value. Many of these people here many of us are still paying for mortgages. And this will create a big impact on our property. Now, as a former salesman, okay, it's great. They're painting a picture of how they're going to address some of the issues and how this thing's going to, bring up some businesses and everything to Louisa. But again, they're salesmen. They're trying to sell you the good stuff, but they're never going to tell you the consequences later on. And that's the reason what we're here for. We bring it up to your attention because there's a lot of stuff that has not been addressed that later on we will find out, but by that time, when we find out, it's going to be way too late. So we ask, and the reason why we all here all together and things is because we want to bring it up to you guys, because again, you are the people who's going to make this matter change or making it better and all those things. Let's continue to maintain Louisa as it is right now, or something better. But this industry can be placed somewhere else, not in this area. So again, listen to your people. We are here. We're going to support you 100%, but we also want you to also listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service as well, sir. All right, is there anyone else, a Louisa County resident, that wishes to address the board before we move to non-residents of the county? Any other Louisa County residents? All right. Next is Tom Silling.
Hello, my name is Tom Silling, and I live in Ferncliff. I don't live in the county, but I'm so close my dog lives in the county. Max, if you want to meet him. But
Licensed in the county? No, I'm just
he does. He's Fluvanna County.
Just kidding.
I'd like to talk about the 250 and 208 intersection. We briefly have talked about it. I think it's one of the biggest problems that we have, actually. The Essex Concrete said they would depend on the intersection to reach our customers with mixer trucks and to bring heavy truckloads of gravel, sand, and cement to the plant. That intersection is very dangerous. I've personally witnessed many accidents there, but I've seen the remnants of probably hundreds of them probably in the last 50 years. You'd always come up and you see cars crash and stuff, and it's such an intersection there that it's a four-way, of course, and people come off the interstate and all that, but you're also coming out of the Exxon, and there's 2 or 3 places to come out of the Exxon and also enter into the intersection. The store there also has their whole frontage. People come out of there and just, any kind of direction, any kind of angles and things like that. I know the planning commission, they did talk about that at the last meeting. And it said they had specifically warned companies that were coming to locate in Ferncliff of the intersection safety. This intersection will likely require improvements as industrial and commercial uses develop along Route 250. In 2022, the county, in consultation with the Virginia Department of Transportation, they determined that 250 and 208 intersection would benefit from a roundabout. The county submitted the intersection to VDOT during the Smart Scale Round 5 in hopes the roundabout and park and ride would be funded. The intersection was not selected during the Smart Scale Round 4 in the closed quote. In addition, considering this, if the roundabout was ever instituted at some point in the future, what impact would it have upon, there's a general store that's been there before I came here, 50, 60, 70 years probably. An Exxon station, a friend of mine built that.
15 seconds.
Mr. Grubbs built that, the church. Have you considered what's going to happen there? And you've got these trucks weigh 60,000 pounds, and they're coming on a highway that's two lanes. One last thing too, when this was submitted, they talked about pine plantation. Were there any of those close by in the area? And the answer was no, there were not. My wife and I have already harvested pines on my property one time, and we personally planted 10,000 pines on that property to be harvested pretty soon. And I'm just kind of wondering what kind of effect they think that's going to have on pine plantations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ann Bailey.
Good evening. I'm Ann Bailey. I vote in the Scottsville district, but our farm is in the Patrick Henry district, and it's about 450 feet from the subject property. You each received a copy of a paper entitled Ferncliff Community Opposition. I would like to enter a copy of that on the record now, but I also wanted to point out that on page 3, it addresses this lady's question, which is what happens when the water retention pond overflows. It flows into 50 feet away is Venable Creek, less than 50 feet away is Venable Creek, so it'll flow down over to my farm. That's what will happen to it. May I enter this on the record? At paragraph 7E of the application, the lessee Essex states that the intended use is individual well water. At the January 11th hearing, we learned 2 interesting facts: that Essex will use more than 4,000 gallons of water a day, and that the concrete plant is portable. That got the commissioners' attention, and they voted it down unanimously. On January 25th, the applicant, now listed as the owner, not Essex, of the parcels on the planning staff's report, responded to the water use issue by proffering that, as you've seen before, concrete plant shown on the concept site layout plan shall be solely served by the Louisa County Water Authority. This proffer was accepted by the planning staff, who now recommend approval. I wonder if the county attorney has advised the supervisors that if they accept this proffer and Essex Corporation terminates its lease or does not extend the lease after 10 years and pulls out, that the landowner's commitment to use county water would be void. The representation to use well water at 7E was never deleted from the application. It was merely conditioned on the proffer. If the condition goes away, the proffer is void, and there you go. They have a well water. They have a well there, and they can use the water. Although approval of partial rezoning to I-2 would be permanent, a Board of Supervisors would have authorized the landowner and its successors to use well water if the occupant of the parcels is not a concrete company. If this location proved unprofitable for
15
Essex,
seconds.
I doubt another concrete company would move in. For Louisa County, the overriding issue is the aquifer. Green Springs folks probably aren't that happy to hear that this facility will get, okay, I'm done. May I finish my sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Won't be pleased to hear that county water from the deep Zion wells is going to this plant, another thirsty cement plant. However, the same aquifer, the Piedmont aquifer, lies underneath Ferncliff and Zion. So using a shallower well at this parcel instead of the deep well would reduce Essex costs, and they don't propose to do that. But ultimately, it would just be drinking from another straw from the same shrinking glass of water. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Fred Shorey? Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Fred Shorey. I'm a resident of Fluvanna County, and I live about 1.25 miles east of the property in question in the Kent Store area. And with all due respect to the applicant, they can change whatever they want on the application. They can use city water instead of well water, et cetera. It's still a concrete plant they want to put in my neighborhood, and that's unacceptable to me. The potential and likelihood of water, air, and noise pollution from a plant like this is extremely high. I've done my research, I've read a lot of studies, and plants, these concrete plants do not, it's not good news, I guess is what I'm trying to say. There are problems in every state in this country that has a concrete plant.
Sir, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Everything all right? Okay, I thought somebody fell or something. I did too. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. These plants use thousands of gallons of water a day, as was indicated on the presentation. And from the documents that I have read, it appears that the plant is going to use the public water system. However, there's still a high risk that my well and others could be contaminated from the runoff. And we currently have no other source of water in Fluvanna County other than our wells. My next concern is the air pollution. Fine toxic dust particles generated by these plants can travel many miles and settle on crops, cars, trucks, livestock, solar panels, which we use on our farm. It will reduce the efficiency of them, and of course, people. Current technology for gathering the dust is extremely poor, unreliable, and generally ineffective, and it's across the board on about 7 reports that I read. This has been documented, as I mentioned, across the country. Since my farm and my residence is only 1 mile east with prevailing winds west to east, I am right in the line of fire, as well as the crops that we grow, the bees that we raise. All of these things can get this dust on them. Of course, next is the noise. These plants are extremely noisy when in operation, and there is no method for reducing that noise. I have moved to the country with my wife for the beauty, the peace, and the quiet, not to hear the roar of industry or to suffer from their environmental impact. Then we have the tractor trailers bringing stone and sand, dump trucks, cement trucks coming and going. That Ferncliff intersection, as was mentioned earlier by a number of people, is not set up to handle that kind of traffic. And I know this firsthand because I'm a firefighter in Fluvanna County. I run out of Company 3 in Kent Store. Even though Ferncliff is in Louisa, Company 7 handles that area out of Zion's Crossroads. We're closer, so we get the call as well. The accidents are horrible at that intersection. And all of these trucks, cars coming and going is going to be a real problem. Then there's the neighborhood. Across the street from the land is a beautiful Baptist church. All around that land are single-family homes and farms. This location is not set up for an industrial plant. I'd like to, one last thing if I may, please. Venable Creek is located on the property. Stormwater is going to pollute that and everything downstream from that. And I'd like to think that Fluvanna and Louisa County can continue to be good neighbors and work together to improve and help the lives of its residents. The rezoning of this property from commercial to industrial will only harm the residents and our environment, as well as reduce the value of our property, which reduces your tax income and Fluvanna County's tax income. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Edwin Bailey.
My name is Ed Bailey. I'm in the Scottsville voting district, but my wife and I have owned a farm which is located 450 feet from the proposed Essex plant for 40 years. I don't know which commission meeting you attended, Mr. Gillespie, but that wasn't what I heard, what you said. It wasn't just about proffers. The commission wanted to know, was this going to improve property value? The very first question they asked Mr. Williams was, is this portable or is this permanent? Because if it's portable, it ain't going into our tax base. And he had to say, yeah, it's portable. Now, the planning staff wants to do this for only one reason. Read the report. It's to raise the tax base. That's their only affirmative reason for doing that. Well, the commission obviously concluded, no, it wouldn't. And they also looked at the noise, dust, and other considerations. Gentleman just mentioned the depressing value on local property tax assessment. Down goes the tax base. New light industry coming in there. No, I'm not going to be next to a batching plant. They walk away, more revenues are gone. The commission heard all of that, figured it all out. They're the professionals in this game, and they said, deny it. So it wasn't nitpicking about proffers. That's nonsense. Now, the staff paper does raise one very serious non-conforming issue. One very serious issue about non-conforming use of this application. And they were honest with you. You said, you've got a heck of a problem here. This is zoned mixed use only, light industry only, max T1. They said, the way things stand right now, you cannot change that because that's in the plan. You have to amend the plan first. All that nice orange stuff up there, that's got to be amended first. Or you have to tell all these people publicly, we're going to disavow that plan. And I don't think you're prepared to do that. But you got to do it first before you can do this rezoning. And the staff knows that. They flagged it for you. You got to take it into account. They said, well, you did something like that 5 years ago over in Zion Crossroads. Look at that. Look at it. You must have amended or you must have disavowed. Those are your only choices. Your counsel will tell you that. So the commission saw no tax base increase. They heard very serious concerns about noise, which is a county matter, not a state regulatory matter. That lies with you. You do the noise. And the last thing, they said, you change this, you're not protecting the rural property. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. John Childress.
Good evening. My name is John Childress. I live in Fluvanna County in the Columbia District. I live just off Kent Store Way in our Angus farm, and we're north of Kent Store and south of Ferncliff. We also lease 50 acres on either side of Venable Creek, and I am delighted to hear all the discussion of Venable Creek. I was very worried about that because when I looked at the materials that you have, I didn't see the creek on there anywhere. I understood at the Planning Commission meeting there was the opportunity to project something, so I brought along a Google Maps that I took today that shows the location of Venable Creek along with SNN Communications, Exxon Galilee Baptist Church, and Ferncliff Market. I don't know if you can project it, but I would like the board to be able to see how Venable Creek fits in there. I am also very concerned about the water that the plant might draw from our aquifer. That concern, I note in the application 7E utilities lists a well on the property And I heard the proffers and read the email that said that the company intends to use the Louisa water system, but I did not hear in any of the proffers that the company would not use the well. So I'm concerned about that. And like other of my neighbors, I am very concerned about the potentially high toxic pH runoff into the Venerable Creek from which our cattle drink. I understand that Essex has agreed to only use uncovered washout containers. They showed us the pictures of the washout containers. So when we have heavy rains, and we have had rains of 3 and 4 inches, what's going to happen to that water? And the woman who preceded me beautifully expressed my concern that that water is going to end up in Venable Creek and in our aquifers. I'm also, of course, concerned about the air pollution and how that might affect my breathing, the breathing of our animals and our children. So I respectfully but very strongly recommend that you reject this proposed plant in Ferncliff. I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, sir. I do not have any additional cards. Is there anyone else, Louisa or non-Louisa resident, that would wish to address the board on this public hearing? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I believe the young man who was here earlier, what was his name? Anyway, he was talking about young men and old men and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'm 62 years old. We're taking a 10-minute recess. I apologize, our 10-minute recess became 19 minutes. I apologize for that. All right, so we've closed the public hearing. At this point in time, the applicant has 5 minutes for any rebuttal that you would have or any additions you would like to make, and then the board will open it for questions. So, Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I guess I should stay on this side where we have a microphone.
Yes. Microphone.
All right. As my client and I have done this entire process, we listened. We heard what was being discussed tonight and the concerns of the community. And I wanted to address a couple of those items directly and succinctly. My intention is not to take the whole 5 minutes, but I'll be happy to stand for any questions should the board need them at the end. I wrote my numbers, ironically, 1 through 6. I think I'm going to start and go 6 through 1. So first, the water issue. Strike the application, amend the application, do whatever you like to do. There's no intention to use a well on this property. I'll take it a step further. If you wanted to amend the proffer to say that any industrial use on the site, right, this is an industrial zoning, so any use that's approved by this industrial zoning shall use the county water, that's fine. We don't have any objection. No one's trying to pull the wool over your eyes. No one's trying to do a sneak in the house through the back door. The intention is for shall use water from the Louisa County Water Authority, and I'll make that amendment to the proffer as necessary. That's number one.
Mr. Wade, hold on.
Your proffer number 6 already says shall be solely served by the Louisa County Water Authority.
It says the concrete plant.
It says the concrete plant. So this would then actually say the property. If the rezoning goes through, there was a lady who spoke, I think it was you, yes ma'am, who made a very valid point that if this concrete plant, if it would be approved, if it would leave, somebody else could come in.
Because it's temporary.
That was temporary. They could drop off of county water and use that well. I believe what you're just saying is that you're willing to proffer out any industrial use on the zoning, not tied specifically to your client, would have to use county water.
Any industrial uses that can be on this property by virtue of this rezoning to industrial land
Are you getting
will be
this, Mr.
solely Louisa County Water Authority water.
Mr. Mull?
Yeah,
We can add that in, you can add that proffer in.
If they wanted to make that as a voluntary proffer,
Right.
certainly you could, Mr. Chair.
All right, and then you could work on language here in a minute, I guess, correct? Or is that good enough for you to?
We can certainly work with the language either here with some time or in any other fashion you prefer, Mr. Chair.
All right, okay, Mr. Williams, go ahead, I'm sorry. I stopped your time, I'm.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Second point, Supervisor Williams just said because it's temporary. And one of the speakers tonight said that because it's temporary, there wouldn't be any tax revenue on it.
That's false.
It would actually be more tax revenue because it would be a tools tax, not a real estate that's pertinent to the property at 0.72 cents tax rate. So by virtue of the fact that it's movable and mobile, it's actually taxed at a higher rate and a higher percentage. The church was brought up several times. My clients met with Galilee Baptist Church, answered their questions prior to the Planning Commission, and did our best to reach out to them. And I'm not saying that they don't have any objection. What I'm saying to is that all their known objections were addressed and taken care of, that were communicated to us. The water retention. My PowerPoint's not up. If it comes back up, I'd be happy to illustrate.
There you go.
We broke this down into two areas very intentionally. Stormwater runoff. Guess what's not on this slide? Anything about this. You know why? Because these retention and washout ponds are specifically designed and they are elevated from the ground so as not to allow any stormwater to run in them. So any concern of these facilities and these ponds catching any type of stormwater runoff or being overrun by a storm, it doesn't happen. Okay, they are raised.
Mr. Williams?
Sir, so it would have to rain more than 10 inches to fill that, probably?
That's a great.
At the current visual that we have there?
This is a current visual, so let me take you to my next step.
Yes.
As part of the DEQ oversight and the annual reporting that is filed with DEQ, they have to measure and document the amount of water and how much is available, room is available in these on a daily basis. So, my client just said it best. It would be like getting into a car with no brakes and driving 100 miles an hour to build one of these facilities so that it would not be able to retain the amount of water it needs to retain, because DEQ will fine you into oblivion on these issues.
Mr. Wayne.
So I have another question. Did I hear you say, so we don't depend solely on evaporation here? You also pump water out
And
daily?
recycled.
By recycling, mean you put it
Into the concrete.
Into the concrete.
That's correct. It's not just evaporation based.
Okay.
The other thing is that these are about 14 feet deep, these sediment ponds. Okay? So these aren't little shallow 2-3 footers. These are built to collect water and collect sediment and keep them from spilling onto the site and off the site.
So it's not like 3 feet deep at the back end there?
No, it gradually goes down. All right. Take you to my next, well, let's stay with water. I'm not the engineer on this project, so I can't look you in the eyes and say that this storm retention pond is the exact and appropriate size for this project. But what I can tell you is that my client paid a lot of money for a wetland delineation study to make sure that this site was even feasible before they entered into a lease with the property owner, before they paid your county application fee, before they retained my services, before they engaged all the other engineers and site plans. So what I can tell you is the engineer has told us again that these stormwater ponds are the correct size. And you don't have to believe me. And you can rest assured on the fact that when this project goes through, like, first of all, like any project, like any commercial endeavor in the county, goes through approval for a construction permit, for a building permit, it has to clear site plan. Site plan includes the Virginia Department of Health reviewing the stormwater retention ponds. Brings me to, I think, which is one of the bigger issues. Words have meaning, and this is not meant to be rude, mean, or hurtful to anyone. There's a difference between cement and concrete. A lot of the information, I believe, I'm not speaking for anyone here, but a lot of the information that you are receiving, specifically as it relates to pollution and more importantly dust, is from the production and manufacture of cement, not concrete. Cement is an ingredient of concrete, but it is not the manufacturing of cement. So let me tell you how cement is made. If I can find it, hold on. Might be on my other one. So cement results from mining. First you mine it, then you grind it into little particles, then you mix chemicals with it, then you heat it to 1,450 degrees, and then you grind it again, and that's how you get cement. Now, that's a pretty dusty, dirty, chemical-ridden process. That's not what is here. This is an aggregate plant that takes cement, sand, gravel, and water in appropriate portions and mixes them together to form a concrete. So, can I look you in the eyes and say that cement won't be on this premises? No, it'll be there, but it won't be manufactured on here. To take another step forward, it's like the difference between manufacturing oil and putting oil in your car. Manufacturing oil is a dirty, nasty, pollutant-ridden process. Changing the oil in your car can be, if not done right. But if done right and with appropriate oversight, it's not. And finally, let's talk about enforcement. You have proffers. You're not given carte blanche approval for any I-2 use in any way that we deem necessary to use it. It's not what we're asking for, and that's not what this vote will approve. What it will do is approve the listed uses in the proffer that include a concrete batch plant, and furthermore, subjected to proffers like the existing vegetation will remain in place. And you know what? The plan that you have in this packet, you know what it has? It has meets and bounds and distances. It has verifiable measurements in different areas. So there, 1 minute, thank you, sir. So from there, we also have water hookup. From there, we have other proffers. This is the enforcement mechanism for the county. Should these proffers be violated, and oh, by the way, let's not forget all the other ordinances the county has. Let's not forget all the enforcement mechanisms that DEQ has at their disposal, the Department of Health has at their disposal. There are seatbelts in place, and there's enforcement mechanisms in place. So while we sat here and listened to the concerns of the community, and there are some valid concerns, but these are concerns that you would have with any development, any commercial use. And this project has been structured in a way that mitigates almost all of the concerns with extreme oversight from state and county agencies. We'd ask you respectfully to vote in favor of the rezoning. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions of Mr. Williams? I do. Anybody have any questions? Mr. Williams, I have a couple of questions. One was the water issue. So you've addressed connecting to county water. You've addressed the other issues that this lady brought up, which was a very good point. One of the other issues that we heard several times, and Mr. Gillespie, I'm going to follow this up with the same question to you, is air pollution. Somebody talked about dust on solar panels on their farm and that sort of thing. So we have a couple miles up the road another, now I don't know if it's concrete or a cement plant, but anyway, Allied.
It's concrete.
Concrete.
Yeah.
So we have a concrete plant up there that somebody asked, would anybody want to live near it? Mrs. Jones does. To your knowledge, have there been issues with DEQ, with the Department of Health, with the county of that nature with that existing plant that I think by your estimation is 4 times larger than this proposed plant?
Output considered, yes, sir. So what I can tell you is that I do not have any direct knowledge of any issues with DEQ or the county. I venture out on a limb to say that if there were issues at that concrete batching plant, that I would have probably been made aware of them doing this process. We've worked closely with staff to address concerns. But what I will also tell you is that Allied Concrete recently sold to Cheney Enterprises, which is a huge company that has concrete batch plants all up and down the East Coast. And what I cannot assure you, but feel relatively confident as an attorney, is that they would certainly, whether through a merger or an acquisition process, have a very large due diligence process that looks at environmental issues and concerns, and that deal closed. So I think by virtue of the fact that it was recently purchased, I've not been made aware of any issues by the county, and that concrete batch plant is awful close in proximity to a lot of uses in Zion's Crossroads, and maybe even closer to Spring Creek and those types of neighborhoods. And I've never heard one complaint.
Mr. Gillespie, I'm going to ask you the same. I know DEQ and VDH would handle their oversight. The county would have some oversight. Has the county had any code violations on things that we would regulate? And do you know of any violations from DEQ or VDH with the plant that's been there for years?
Like Mr. Williams, I have no direct knowledge of any violations or complaints that have been made at the 9815 address for Allied Concrete, so I'm not aware of any.
But you would have direct knowledge if there were violations that the county enforced, right? So there are none.
Correct. I'm not aware of any.
And VDH and DEQ, we don't know of any.
Correct.
Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Mr. Gillespie.
Someone tonight said that there are many concerns, but one of the concerns that I too share is noise. And I wrote here that almost all of the concerns have been addressed by the talented Mr. Williams. And one of those concerns, I think, may be noise. And one of the individuals, I think it was Phil Winston, said that there's no guarantee the plant would not be operating at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. or if that occurs, and there's a citizen complaint, what is the county's plan for that? And what would happen? Would there be a noise ordinance complaint investigation? I mean, at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., or?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. So the noise ordinance section of county code is not in the land development regulations. It's like a transitory type thing. It could happen at different hours outside of normal business hours, and those are investigated by the sheriff's office. They have noise meters that they will go to the edge of the property and measure the noise at the property boundary. The violations, if such were alleged and found to be true, would be handled by the sheriff's office as well. It's not a community development zoning issue. And it's certainly it could be a land use issue in that it's generated by a land use, but it could also be, as Mr. Williams said, attenuated by screening or modifying the equipment or something that's related to the operation of the use. But it would be a noise complaint made to the sheriff's office.
Would the responding sheriff's office personnel tell if there was an ongoing violation? Would they say this is in violation of a county noise ordinance? Please stop, or is it just a fine?
It's both. I mean, there could be fines. It could come through the reporting where it ends up in court. But it also could be reported back to the Board of Supervisors that we have a land use issue. We have a land use that's causing a noise issue, and it may cause, as Chair Adams said earlier, may cause reason to look at the zoning district to begin with.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Just for reference, I just want to point this out. While you've been speaking, while Mr. Cotter's been speaking, I've had my decibel meter on my phone. The loudest that it got was 67. Right now, with me speaking, right on top of it is 63. So just to kind of put that in perspective of the noise level. So
I'll also add to that, Mr. Chairman, interstates.
make sure you use a mic.
Interstates, and I believe all of the residents here pretty much live near the interstate. I know I live pretty much on top of the interstate, and their decibels are at 80 when you're at the interstate.
Okay. I don't know if anybody else has any questions, but I do think before we have any type of vote, we did have a proffer on this water issue that if you and Mr. Mullen can get that language together, or Mr. Gillespie, whoever, I don't know, Mr. Gillespie, that shouldn't take very long.
45 seconds.
Shouldn't take very long.
We give you 45 seconds.
You gonna look at it now? Yeah. And what I think we can do, Mr. Goodwin, it's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
This public hearing's still open. We can move to another public hearing. We have some that I don't think will take us very long while they work on that. Can we
He's going to
not?
present, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure that.
Mr. Gillespie's presenting all of them, I think.
Presentation while this was open.
Is he presenting them all?
Mr. Kuhn has one.
Mr. Kuhn has one?
Yes.
Which one does Mr. Kuhn have?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, look, Mr. Kuhn has number
Yeah, I'm
3.
gonna ask them when they come back. No, we'll wait. We took a 19-minute recess, we'll wait.
There he is.
No, go away.
They were thinking about presenting.
Go away.
The presentation for another public hearing.
Get out.
While this is open.
Scott.
We think we're close.
45.
Turn it up or down. Yep.
Wish we'd asked him for it, if they could consider putting a cap on it.
But we didn't know until last night.
A little music bed would be nice. Yes.
If you go to page 80 of 209 of your agenda,
80?
0 of 209.
Yes, sir.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
The changes to which the applicant's counsel have agreed are striking on 80, number 5, which formerly read, "The concrete plant will not operate on Sundays," and instead would say, "No industrial uses, including equipment operation, shall be allowed on Sundays." That would be the substitution for number 5.
So they couldn't take deliveries or fill bins or anything on Sundays or anything like that?
Not if it used equipment.
There'd be
certainly.
no operation on Sundays, basically.
I can foresee that someone could work in an office, that somebody could.
Or push a broom around or something.
Sure.
Got it.
But no uses that include operation of equipment. Number 6 should be stricken, and the applicant has agreed that all industrial uses on the 13.81 acres that are the subject of this rezoning shall be solely served by the Louisa County Water Authority or successors thereof. And those are the 2 changes to which the applicant's counsel has agreed.
Just for the record, that is correct. We agreed to those
All right.
proffer amendments.
All right. Does anybody else have any questions of Mr. Gillespie, of Mr. Williams, or any other staff member?
No, sir.
All right. Chair Boynton, yes, sir.
I had one question. And I should have brought this up and y'all considered it before. Is there, granted, there's no industrial operations on Sunday, but has any consideration been given to a cap as to hours of operation outside of Sunday? In other words, so that you're not there at 2 o'clock in the morning, doing something of that nature. That's, okay.
Was there an answer?
Mr. Williams, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought I did answer the supervisor.
Well, you did to me, but go ahead.
Yeah, I can't see.
I'm sorry. No, that's not one of the proffers that we're in a position to be able to offer to the county.
I got you.
Any other questions, comments?
You ready for me?
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chairman, these good folks been here for 2 hours. And regardless of where you stand on the issue, I know most everybody in this room. I've been to church a lot of it, taught my daughter in school, and I'm a part of the community. But with that being said, it's a tough decision. It really is a tough decision, because not only do you affect others, you affect yourself. I live probably just as close to this proposed project than a lot of people in here. I'm right across from Mouse Knuckles. I'm down at Ferncliff a lot, so I understand. But, I also remember people say, well, everybody here tonight is against it. But, I remember in 2001 when a lot of people in this room were against Reedy Creek. In fact, the Planning Commission voted 5-2 to deny Reedy Creek. And the board came back and voted to approve it. So that exists a lot of time between the Planning Commission and the board. When it comes to a project, I've been involved with a lot of them. Lowe's, Walmart, Patriot Aluminum. But I tell you what I did yesterday. I drove down to Zion's Crossroads, and I talked to the people that lived across from the Allied plant, which is now Cheney or whatever.
It's Jay.
Yeah. Talked to Mr. Braxton, those people down there, and I asked them, have you seen any problems from the plant? And all of them said the exact same thing. We don't even know it's over there. I said, what about dust? So here's what I did, and you all can do it yourself if you want to. I looked at the map last night, and I said, okay. I said, from that Allied plant to Spring Creek is 2.3 miles from the Allied plant. So people talk about existing home sales being affected. I don't think you can go in Spring Creek and get a bargain. Okay, I don't think that plant is affecting it. So then when you look at the proposed plant at Ferncliff, it's 3.8 miles from Reedy Creek Road, which is substantial, which is pretty substantial. Now, the reason I say that is people talking about the water and different things of that nature. Well, that was the alarm from people that didn't want Reedy Creek. They thought drilling all the wells would take water out of the aquifer of the local farms. And to date, that has not been the case. I know there's a lot of motion. There are some things that does need to be addressed. The traffic at Ferncliff, but trucks are not. That needs to be addressed now anyhow. It really does. A conditional use permit, and you ask anybody, that's the best way to deal with rezoning than anything. For example, the applicant that bought the property could by right do certain things. Dance hall, could have done car dealership, and there's nothing that we could have done to stop it. Nothing. With the conditional use permit, it gives the neighbor power. Because if something happened and they violate it, our code enforcement officer can go and issue them a stop work order because of the conditional use permit. They can do that because of the conditional use permit. It's strengthened. Now, you get a chance and tell people to come plan. We have 8 areas in this county of growth. 8 areas. And those of you all that live at Ferncliff, including myself, I don't know if you've been riding around lately or not, but the property behind Galilee Church to the interstate is for sale now. They're asking $2 million for that 35 acres. They're going to ask to rezone it. When people get older and die, their kids, and the land don't mean the same to their kids, they're going to sell it. I mean, that's just the way it goes. Now, at the end of the day, I feel comfortable with the changes, the conditional use permit, because that is the strength. Is that conditional use permit is what the county is going to have. And I know a lot of you all that know about local government, you're going to be watching to see if they break that conditional use permit. And that's what the county has. As far as water from Zion's Crossroad, we are already bringing water down to Ferncliff. But because we don't have enough users, we are flushing that water. We're just flushing it because we don't have enough users. That water coming down the pipeline. I talked to Ms. Pam Bond today from the Water Authority. We don't have enough users. The water from the James River will come. It is going to come. Then that's going to change that whole entire game. So, and those of y'all that, I apologize, it is what it is. But over the years, I worked hard to bring shops, jobs, things of that nature. If one issue is a problem for you, then we're going to agree to disagree. But respectfully, I'm going to ask that the board approve this rezoning.
Second it.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded that we approve rezoning REZ 2023-07.
Mr. Chairman,
Mrs. Jones.
could I say something not as long, just very quickly?
Sure, yeah, use your mic.
As everyone is leaving, many of you have sat here and said that we don't care. And let me tell you, no, please,
We're going to keep
We
order.
do care.
We're gonna keep order.
and I would never, somebody made the accusation that do unto others as you do to yourselves. I would never, ever say yes or vote for something that I wouldn't live next to. I live within a half a mile of the Allied plant. My family is raised there. We are breathing the same air. We are going through this, the same things. It's such a small footprint, we don't even know it's there. My children go down to school I have 2 drivers in my house. They drive down Ferncliff. They use that interchange. I mean, we're community members like you are. So that's all I wanted to say. We care very much.
Any other comments? All right, if the motion is to approve, we'll cast our vote. Motion passes 6-1. Next is a resolution to approve or deny rezoning request 2023-06. KG Structures LLC, applicant owner Larry Gianni, maybe I didn't get that right. Giannossi, sorry. Managing member and agent. Mr. Gillespie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a proposed rezoning in the Jackson District. There's one parcel totaling 21.954 acres. Current zoning is agricultural 1, and the proposed rezoning is to Ag 2. On the map in your packet and also on the screen, you can see the agricultural 1 in the darker green and agricultural 2 in the lighter green. I will note just to the south of here is the REC, Rappahannock Electric Co-op.
It's the beige piece.
Yard, that's right.
Not the orange piece.
Not the orange piece,
just
definitely. Kind of the. You and I have to talk about colors. I'd call that taupe.
I'll go with you on taupe. I will not go with you on orange on the
It's
other
a
one.
dark,
though.
yeah, for sure. So it's kind of a dark beige. But other than that, as you can see, there are 2 colors out here: dark green, light green. The existing use of the property, mostly wooded and vacant. There's some illustrations that you'll see in your exhibits about residential uses as well as agricultural and forest uses in the area. And the requested use is to rezone the entirety of the property to A2 to allow additional residential divisions. There are no existing land use permits of record. It's in your report, but just a quick reminder that Louisa County had one agricultural district from 1969 with the beginning of the agricultural districts until 1996. And in 1994 to 95, it began a process to go through what's sometimes called the mass rezoning. And at that time, people who elected for Agricultural 1 would end up with Agricultural 1, and everyone else went to Ag 2. And so this is former county administrator's signature on the resolution enacting that. At that time, this property was elected by the previous owners to go to Ag 1. This is a table of the rezoning cases from 1996 onward for every rezoning that's been requested for Agricultural 1 to 2, and the outcome was approval. The applicant submitted, and it's enclosed in your packet, a layout that shows the division with 7 lots, the maximum permissible in the Agricultural 2 district, but has made proffers that we received today that would essentially preclude the use of this layout. So in the proffers that we received today, 1 limits the number of divisions to no more than 5 lots, so 7, which would be the max otherwise allowed, would not be permitted. And then there's also a condition that's proposed that there would be no access on Route 33. So in what was submitted with the application, you'll see Lot 1 would have had access in concept to Route 33, and again, total of 7. And these two alternative layouts, and they're slightly different, show 5 lots instead of 7, and Lot 1 at the corner would not be allowed by the proffered conditions to access Route 33, but instead Hall Store Road. So just to kind of put all those on the same screen if you want to look at those together. The Planning Commission recommended denial on January the 11th. I will note there was a neighborhood meeting at which many of the folks who attended the Planning Commission hearing also attended the neighborhood meeting, had a chance to interact with the applicant and state their concerns. Staff did make a recommendation of approval based on past practice. Proffered conditions received today just before noon. I will say there was inadequate time to evaluate them for the packet. The packets go out a week before your meeting, and they were received today. But we have discussed this briefly with the applicant. So in the 4 conditions that were voluntarily proffered today, the first would be that the property would be subdivided into no more than 5 lots. After the initial subdivision, the subject property and any lots recorded out of that may not be further subdivided for any purpose, including a family subdivision, which otherwise would not go through the normal subdivision process. The language is a 50-foot wide buffer would be maintained along the southern property line adjoining tax map parcels 7318 and 7323. The buffer shall remain undisturbed and allow for natural forest regrowth to occur. And number 4, no lot shall have direct access to U.S. Route 33, Jefferson Highway. There's some boilerplate language in here about the undersigned owner hereby proffers, voluntarily in conformance with the law. But it's important to note that the owner agrees that the proffer shall be binding to the property, which means the proffer shall be transferred to all future property owners and successors of the land. And of course, that's just discussed in the last case, but always true. So staff noted that the language in 3 was not really in conformance with the standard language we would use for buffers. We would recommend slightly different language, and this is on the screen. Discussed this briefly by email with the applicant. The applicant would like to take the suggested language and strike part of this, which is that's what happens when you do things quickly, as approved in advance by the zoning administrator, and then necessary to maintain the health and successive growth part would actually remain. But that's the outcome.
So the last 3 lines that are stricken out would actually stay there?
No, I'm sorry, Supervisor Williams. So he would propose to strike as approved in advance by the zoning administrator.
Okay.
And necessary, and then from that point on, necessary to maintain the health and successive growth would remain.
Okay.
The applicant has a presentation. Mr. Giannossi is here. And again, if you want to come back to the proffers, we can put those up on the screen. So,
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm going to take a few minutes. I know the hour's late, but I have a little broader brush we're going to paint with here tonight, so please bear with me. This was scheduled for denial, coming straight out of the Planning Commission. I met with my Planning Commissioner. I told Mr. Weaver, I said, Mr. Weaver, I'd like you to deny this. Quite frankly, my appetite for this in the county has gotten thin, and I'm about done with it. It subsequently failed 7-0 because that's what I instructed Mr. Weaver I thought would be in the best interest of our district. Mr. Giannossi called me, and he said, Mr. Williams, I'd like to offer some proffers. I'd like to delay, and that's why we didn't hear it at the last meeting. I'd like to delay it. Would you be willing to sit down and listen to my proffers? And I thought it'd be very small of me not to listen to what his proffers were. So I obliged him and listened to his proffers. I'm going to talk about some facts here. This is A1 to A2. Thank you for the slide that shows for the past, since 1996, we've been carte blanche rubber stamping these things. I think the time for change is now. I think the time for change was pre-1996, if we're honest. I'm going to tell you that the horse is out the barn. I'm going to tell you he's left the barnyard. I'm not even sure he's on the same farm anymore. But that's not something that we did here at this board. It's a culmination of a lot of great things. Great things like having one of the best school districts in the region. Great things like having the lowest tax rate in the region. Great things like running fiber to every house in the county. And great things for having the cheapest place to buy land in the surrounding counties, if you look Spotsylvania, Hanover, Albemarle, and Goochland. Really good things. We heard tonight from a lady during public comment that said she just moved here. She lived in Countryside, and she wanted more services like parks and stores and all this other stuff. We heard from another lady that says she has a happy lifestyle when we're talking about something different. We're at the other end of the spectrum. We're talking about commercial then, and she'd be happy to leave. Well, I'd like to see the exodus, if we're honest. The census has us up to 30, I got my number. I got my numbers here somewhere. Where are they, Josh? 30, just shy of $38,000 was a 30,000 was our 2020 census. Weldon Cooper has their estimated July up, 2023 up 7.5% to over 40,000. Mr. Giannassi has done nothing more than make a business move here. I don't condemn him for that. I'm not sure where I'm going to end up on this tonight, but we're going to talk, have an open, honest conversation. I've asked the staff to prepare some numbers for me. There are 6,524 unimproved parcels of 0 to 5 acres existing in the county. There are 1,814 unimproved parcels between 5 and 12 acres. There are 1,031 unimproved parcels between 12 and 25 acres. There are 757 unimproved parcels between 25 and 50 acres. And there are 830 unimproved parcels bigger than 50 acres. For a total of almost 11,000, just shy of 11,000, 10,956 unimproved parcels in the county. Ready for houses. Maybe not all of them because maybe they can't get a drain field on them or something like that. But they exist. They don't have to look at them. You take the parcel that Mr. Giannassi is looking at here, and you say they're sprinkled in here. It's a 22-acre parcel, of which there are 1,031. And by right, Mr. Giannassi can get 2 more lots on this thing. So you do that math, you extrapolate that. Where does it end? I also asked the county staff to prepare some numbers for me on what a average home would run, average starter home. That's what Mr. Giannassi said he builds. And quite frankly, they've been going up left and right in the district. And I don't speak about your district, I speak about mine. They're everywhere. They're all road frontage. Mr. Giannassi has, and Mr. Giannassi, I keep saying your name because I'm not picking on you. It's what's happening around. The development costs on this, they're all road frontage. I don't know the exact cost, but I expect it costs less than $10,000 to develop these lots. He has to get a surveyor, and he has to get somebody to come do a septic field for each one. He has to have 200 feet of road frontage and a viable septic field, and boom, he's got a lot. They have to be an acre and a half minimum. We've got some problems. The tax table that we looked at here, if we evaluate just a reasonable sized starter home and two vehicles, the average revenue is $2,921 in tax dollars. These are in-house figures. They're not audited, so I just want to be clear with that. The cost of sending one child to school is $9,091 for a loss of $6,171 if the starter home has one child. If starter home has two children, the cost is $18,182 for a net loss of $15,262. Now, we don't just send kids to school. We got fire and emergency service, we got sheriff's office, we got solid waste, we got parks and rec. Fire and EMS is averaged at about $171 a home. Sheriff's office about $214 a home. Solid waste about $25 a home, and parks and rec at about $91 a home. Mr. Giannassi is not the problem. Mr. Giannassi has brought the problem to light. I've had enough. Mr. Giannassi's proffers really intrigued me because we have this thing called family divisions, which you can give one to each child. You got one per lifetime, per individual in the county. You can give them to your aunt, you give them to your uncle, you give them to your mom, you give them to your dad. And as long as it's got a drain field on it, you just whack off an acre and a half anywhere you want to. Mr. Gillespie, would you put that plat back up for me, please, sir, the one with the 3 on it? First one on the left there was the original, what Mr. Giannossi wanted to do. It's 7 lots. It's by right in A2. It's all road frontage division. There's nothing wrong with that. There are 2 lots, 3 lots bigger than 3 acres. You could, if you do the acre and a half division and assume everything works perfectly, you can have 7 there. You can have another one on 7, another one on 6, and 2 more, at least 2 more on 5, if not 3. That's just 6.8 acres. So you have 3 more on there. So you could have 3, 4, 5. You could end up with 12 lots there if you have family divisions. Yeah, wow, that's a good word for it, Ms. Jones. I asked Mr. Giannossi to prepare the 5-lot one at the top. That's the one that I'm leaning towards. It's a little more balanced acreage. You could certainly get at least additional lot off of each one of those through a future family division, which would give you 10 lots. Mr. Giannossi has proffered, which made the proffer intriguing to me, that he proffers to proffer out family subdivisions in the future as well. A bird in the hand's worth 2 in the bush. I've had some talks to some of the neighbors, well, specifically one. It was Bruce. Bruce said, Bruce Corson said, I'm 72 years old. I'm not sure I'm going to be around to see a family division if it happens. And I said, well, that would be short-sighted if we just considered that, and we must consider the county as a whole. I'm really not sure where I'm coming down on this tonight. It's an interesting situation. The horse is out the barn. The horse is out the barnyard. The horse is not even on the farm anymore. We've got to go find the horse. It's a problem countywide we're going to have to deal with. We're going to have to come up with some solutions for, and it is going to infringe upon the property rights of people when we get a solution. Or you can figure out how many more Amazons you need to keep negative cash flowing homes to the tune of, with 1 child in it, $6,000, or with 2 children in it for another $12,000. So that's my soapbox. I'm done. Thank you for humoring me tonight. Mr. Giannossi, you have done a wonderful job with your proffers. Please come up and speak. Oh, hold on.
Mr. Barlow.
First off, I'm going to be abstaining from this, and normally when you have discussions, when you abstain from something, you don't enter into any of the discussion. But we have opened up far more than what this zone was about.
Intentionally.
So what I would say, there will certainly be more discussions further down the road on the lots and the stuff we have. This number of 65, I don't know how many lots it was, but we've looked at this year after year, and there are so many paper subdivisions that were done in the 60s and 70s that will never be built on. There's no access to them. If you build on them, they got to be state-spec roads. So that number is not even remotely correct. And what you need to do is, when you look at these things, look at these lots that you could feasibly build on. You go out and ask the contractors in Louisa County right now, and they are all looking for lots to build on. And if it was that number of lots, the contractors would have it made, because there would be plenty of lots to build on. The majority of these lots that are being counted will never be built on. Most of the subdivisions that, I can think of one right now that's off the end of Dusty Road. There's 60-some lots in it. You can't get to it. It was a paper subdivision that was done in the 60s, and that's just one. So, we've entered into a whole nother realm of discussion that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm abstaining from. And that conversation I will get into. I am abstaining from this. There's a possibility that if it went through, I may do some surveying on it, and that's the reason I'm abstaining. But I can tell you, we've brought into a whole nother can of worms that I can't sit back and not have some comment on. So.
Yes, sir. Now go.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Good evening to the members of the board. Tough act to follow that you initially were opposed with. I'd just like to say that that was an interesting case, and although it was long, I was happy to be a part of it. Mr. Gillespie and Mr. Williams have adequately presented my case. I did not really come prepared to present the PowerPoint that was discussed. Didn't feel like it was necessary, and I think my case has been accurately described as the course of actions that have occurred since I submitted the application for the rezoning from A1 to A2 of 7364, which is 21.9 acres plus minus from A1 to A2. I did present proffers late today. I apologize, but I did that with permission, I believe, of both Ms. Buckler and Mr. Williams. So I apologize for the late proffer, Mr. Gillespie, but it was something that was discussed and agreed upon. So I did listen to the concerns of the neighbors at the neighborhood meeting. I also had a concern for 33, but I will point out that I did introduce the idea to VDOT of 7 entrances, and VDOT approved all 7, including the one on Route 33. But I listened to the neighbors, and I did decide to come back and contact Mr. Williams after learning that the Planning Commission voted for denial, even though I had asked for deferral and I wasn't present to hear or defend my case. I asked for deferral late on that because I had got some information late that was contrary to what I had formerly believed to be accurate. So I wasn't there for that, and I had no chance to rebut at that time. I will say, and I don't know if I caught it, Mr. Williams, but if you do the math, the property is A1. It does have a buy right. I agree with Mr. Williams. I did this as a business decision. That's what I do. I've been developing property since 1998. I've been developing property and building homes in your county since 2008, consistently, since 2008. So much to like, excuse me.
Mr. Burnham.
What's that?
He's trying to think.
Yeah. It's difficult to find lots, even though you mentioned there are that many lots available. They're very, very difficult to find. I know that because I'm a business person that is constantly scouring for them. This is what I do. If you do the math, I do get 2 lots by right and a residual, so 3 lots. If you do the math, that could end up with 12 lots via the family division. I know these neighbors are going to stand up here and say they don't want more homes around them. More homes are coming on this piece of property around them. I did this as a business decision. This wasn't my plan to talk about this, but it seems appropriate given the content of the discussion that has occurred. So if we deny the modification I've made to meet halfway, instead of 7 lots, I've proffered and said maximum of 5. In addition to that, I've eliminated any further division, including the family. So 5 lots is all you're going to get. Done. Clean slate. If I'm denied and I take the 3 lots, it's going to be open, as I think Mr. Williams suggested, to family division. You could end up with 12 parcels. So I wasn't planning on speaking about that till in my rebuttal, but I felt like it was appropriate based on the fact that Mr. Williams took the stage and brought up a very succinct discussion full of facts that I'll agree with. There's nothing there that I would deny. But I'm in the business, as he said. It was a business decision. I did research the project prior to purchase and felt like I would have the support for the rezoning. But I did listen to the concern. I backed off of the 7 by right. I actually submitted, Mr. Gillespie, another proposal today, and Mr. Williams as well, very similar to the others, but remember, I did those real quickly. I called staff and had them generate those 2, but I generated a 3rd one today that I think is just a little bit better. It ends up with 2 5s, 2 4s, and leaving that one on the far right, 3.4. I have a copy of it, but I guess you didn't get it entered into the, and that's the one I would prefer. And I think once you saw it, you may as well. So I'm asking that the board consider the modifications that I've made, the proffers that I've made, which include a maximum of 5 parcels, no further division for any reason. I don't think it was brought up, but I have included a 50-foot vegetated buffer. Oh, it was brought up, excuse me, on the rear of the property to protect these people from the residential development that is scheduled to occur. This is not something that's going to sit. I'm in the business. I will develop the properties. I think it's comes to light that it's worth saying too that I'm also a licensed soil scientist, licensed geologist in the state of Virginia. The entire site perks, so 12 lots are very, very feasible. There's only a very little bit of wetlands. It's easy to avoid and minimize, so 12 lots is feasible here. I hate to keep hammering that home, but that seems to be, I know that's what's coming on from the neighbors. I listened to them at the neighborhood meeting. That's why I made the modifications. So, I asked that the board consider my modification. The last one, of course, is no entrance to 33. Sorry, I failed to prove that, but I asked that the board would consider my modifications and the proffers that I've voluntarily offered and vote to approve this rezone from current A1 to A2. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
thank you for
You're
coming
welcome.
tonight. And looking at this plan with the 5 lots, there'll be 5 separate driveways?
That's correct.
Okay. No interest in combining driveways?
Has been discussed and was decided that they would be more appropriate to do the individual driveways, and I would add that VDOT is approved all 5 entrances.
Okay.
Mr. Wilbert, I spoke to him about that. The problem with the shared driveway, in my opinion, is does your neighbor actually share keeping up with the expense of it? I mean, that's my only problem with the shared driveway. And he offered it, and I just like, there's some pretty good space. They're going to be spaced out pretty good. Didn't seem to bother me a whole lot.
I think I'd like to rebut with what's been said here is I have been developing since '98, been developing in your county, developing and building since 2008, and I'm going to use the word I've been a responsible builder, and I think here I'm being very responsible. I've listened to the board members, and I've listened to the neighbors, and I've made modification that I think is appropriate to recommend, ask that the board approve my rezoning application as modified with the voluntary proffers.
All right.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman,
sir. Yes,
may I ask
yes, sir.
Mr. Giannozzi a question? You noted you've been developing and building here in Louisa County for a number of years. Can you give us some examples of some of the other subdivisions and communities or homes that you've done?
Well, it's interesting. What put me in Louisa County was a partnership purchased in 2006 or 7, pre-recession, 3 partners. I came in, they were bringing me in for my company does wetland mapping, soils, wetland permitting for impacts, septic design. And I came into a project called Winding Ridge off Borden Road, and the recession hit.
They baited that subdivision.
I came to your county for that reason. The 2 primary, what happened to me was I was a minor shareholder in the LLC that was formed, Borden Estates LLC that was formed to develop that subdivision. One gentleman fled the country in December of 2009, called me from the airport. He's never returned since. The other gentleman deceased, unfortunately. I ended up with an $800,000 note with no partners that were willing to come to the table. I went to my bank. And I said, look, I know how to build. I can build. I've been building. I've built all my own homes. I'm going to try to build this thing out. I couldn't give the lots away. Could not give them away. And I mean that. I gave 2 away, just so y'all know the whole story. I gave 2 away to a builder on consignment, and I lost those 2 because he went belly up to the guy he borrowed from. I had a second and lost because the first got paid, and I didn't get anything. So there's 2 lots in that subdivision, 2 lots of dirt that I didn't get a penny for. I just think it's important to know that I have incredible amount of integrity, and I am concerned about what I do. And I think Mr. Williams pointed out that this is a problem. And if it's a problem that the board needs to address, but I did take, and this didn't enter, I sent this today, but, the board is appointed to steer growth, and smart growth is extremely important what you do. And I could be wrong here, but I make this map because I think it's just a quick Mickey Mouse cartoon illustration, all the green is A2. I'm right here. So the infrastructure that's there is already being, in my opinion, being used by this development that's there. My lots conform. They're much bigger, they're larger than what's required of the zoning. And I'm married to in a density of cluster development that I think makes good sense. I think it's smart growth for the board to consider. And so, does that answer your question? Sure. And then, once so I would like to finish. It took me till 2018 to build my way out. I built all those homes except for the first two, and I built my way out and got out of there in 2018. I found the county, you mentioned, easy to work with. You're correct.
Yes, we had this talk.
And good to work with, and so I continue to look for lots here. And the main areas that I build is, I'm a lifelong resident of Hanover County, so I build in Hanover, King William, and Louisa, but primarily in Louisa and Hanover.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, the applicant? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right,
Chairman.
We will open the public hearing.
Virginia Robertson, she has a letter. I think she still wants to speak, though. I'm not going to ask her. She's right there.
So the first card I have is Virginia Robinson.
You have a letter, you just want to enter this in the record too, Jenny? You have a letter you sent in.
Yes. And
Enter that in the record?
did you all see that? You saw that? I don't want to start the debate yet, but
No, I don't think they saw it.
no one's read it.
We haven't
And
seen it.
I have something else for tonight, but that's really, really like important to me.
How about I pass it around and let them read it while you present? Or we can wait, your call.
Yeah,
It was just in the folder.
Yeah.
Excuse me, may I read it?
Well, it's addressed to the board, I think, so.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Virginia Robinson, Jackson District. This is really emotional for me, and because I have a tremor, it exacerbates it, so please just hang with me on my speech. And there are a lot of really amazing speakers here tonight, including you all. I'm not one of them, but I really, really hope that you listen. It will be less than 3 minutes. Since a rezoning request was made public in October, neighbors and adjacent landowners stood here and said they did not want the A1 to A2 change. As far as I could tell, the applicant was the only one in favor. I mean, I never heard of anyone else that was in favor. Makes sense. So my question is, how is it that this move, wait, I lost my place, shit, sorry. How is it that this move towards continued overdevelopment, how has it gained such a foothold to now be here? To now that, like, we're here again, when it was, like, really obvious that nobody wanted it, it was denied. Anyway, but the reason I stand here and I come forward tonight is really far greater than GK Structures' profit margin. And that's what I want you all to hear. I'm gonna cry. I'm deeply, deeply troubled by the seemingly out of control destruction of the natural world around us. And I ask each of you to share in at least some of this discomfort. When you drive through the county and see land that has been stripped down to dust
15 seconds, ma'am.
to accommodate the next solar farm, the next warehouse, the next concrete plant, or the next subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
hope you sleep well tonight.
Next card I have is Brett Reynolds.
Mr. Giannossi's land.
Mr. Reynolds, I know I just introduced you, but for the record, state your name and
Oh,
your
I'm
voting.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm Brett Reynolds,
Jackson District.
Jackson District.
Okay.
Mr. Giannossi's land borders mine on two sides. I moved my family here to Louisa 5 years ago to get away from people. I drive 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours a day so that I don't have to live in a subdivision. So from my point of view is the less houses that he puts next to me, the better. That's why I'm here. From the slide that I seen earlier and from this concrete stuff earlier, I'm pretty sure I've wasted my time, but I hope that y'all vote against it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Alicia Reynolds?
Hi, I'm Alicia Reynolds. I live from the Jackson District. I stand here conflicted today because I thought my problems were big until the cement plant situation. So I'm feeling about that big because those people are being impacted way more than me. Like my husband said, we did move here in a no-growth zone for a reason. We want to raise our kids on a farm. Don't get me wrong, we love the neighbors we have, but the more neighbors that come creates an issue of, are those neighbors going to be as friendly? Are you going to put cheap housing there to where we have problem neighbors? Because even our home where we bought, the people who lived there prior to us, they were problem neighbors for everyone around them. And we are blessed to know that when we moved in and they moved out, that everybody was relieved by our presence. But who's to say the bad neighbors aren't going to move in and create problems for us? As I mentioned previously, we do have a farm. I'm not going to say our farm stinks, but it may have a smell that's not very welcoming to the new people who are buying newer homes. They may not like the idea of being backed up next to farms. My dogs go over to our neighbors all the time. Luckily, our dogs are around farm animals as is, so they don't bother the cows at our neighbor's house. They don't attack them. They don't cause problems. They go and say hi. We get a phone call, hey, here they are, and we go get them. What happens when those new neighbors move in and they bring their dogs? They've never been around farm animals, or they have. But it does present situations that maybe other people don't think about when they're not in that situation. I agree with my husband. The least amount of houses that are being built behind us, the better. So that's why I'm conflicted, because his new plan does seem appealing, but at the same time, we'd rather buy the land for ourselves so no one can move there. So thank you for hearing me, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, ma'am.
Swain, excuse me.
Oh, we're going to pause the public hearing. We have, according to our bylaws, we have to have a motion to continue a meeting past 10 o'clock. That takes precedent over anything that's on the floor. So the chair will entertain that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second, been properly moved and seconded that we extend the meeting past 10 o'clock. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. So I don't have any more cards. That's just a little housekeeping for you all. I don't have any more cards. Is there anyone else that would wish to address the board for this public hearing? Yes, sir.
My name is Bruce Corson, Jackson District. I agree with everybody that spoke. None of us wanted to see these houses. But what Tony has talked to me and what Mr. Giannossi has brought up, I mean, I can't, if he's going to put, if I said, okay, leave it at A1, he's going to put 3 houses there. And the possibility of it becoming 12 houses. So I have to realize that. He's willing to drop it to 5. You know, I mentioned to Tony, what about 4?
You did.
So, you know, we're cutting hairs here. So, you know, if it could be that, that's even better. I love the idea of the 50-foot boundary that stays that way, the no driveway on 33, and the fact that it can never be subdivided. So, I mean, I'm going to stand here and against what everybody that, you know, my family and friends don't want this. But when it comes down to what y'all are going to do, I think that's probably going to be, I have to go with that solution.
Thank you, Bruce.
I don't want to see 3 houses turn into 12.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Is there anyone else that would wish to address? Vicki?
I'm curious, Ms. Hart, what do you have to say?
Oh, you're going to love this one.
I'm sure I am.
As you may or may not be aware.
Name.
Vicki Hart,
Oh.
Town of Louisa District.
We knew
Thank
that,
you.
but-
I know, it's my fault. I deserve losing that 3 seconds. The town of Mineral is about to build 305 houses. The town of Louisa has approved 4 apartment complexes.
Aren't you on that
All
board?
rentals. That's services and people.
Yeah.
Epworth Manor is about to build every piece of dirt between South Street and Countryside. All of those trees are going to be gone here shortly. Those are also non-paying rentals. We have a big problem already. Because those are not people, and they are not low income either. I can tell you that because I asked, except for Epworth Manor, which is different. So these people are not from Louisa that these will be rented to. And the houses that are going to be built in Mineral are also not low-cost housing. Therefore, you are approaching a massive influx of service needs that are going to be coming about, and a lot of it is going to be from people who do not own property. In this case, I see the problem, and like Ms. Tony said, we have a big problem, and we have to start somewheres. And I feel sorry for Mr. Giancani, and I appreciate what he's trying to do by trying to reduce the load. I don't, you know, he has a right to do what he wants to do. But like Tony said, we have a much bigger problem than you even realize because you don't take into effect what 2 towns are also doing at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I don't have any more cards. Is there anyone else who would wish to speak? All right, seeing none, close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming and speaking. I'm going to tell you, like I started off, I was a solid no on this at the beginning. But the proffer for eliminating family subdivisions really intrigued me. And because of that, I'm going to accept the proffers that Mr. Giannossi has offered in.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Are you getting ready to make a motion?
I am. Did you want to speak?
Well, I've got a question for council that I apologize for not
Good.
asking before.
No,
Please go ahead.
I was on the planning commission in December when this was voted on. Is it a problem for me to vote for this again tonight?
The way I understand your question is it somehow a conflict because you were on the planning commission at the time that this was heard before the planning commission?
Correct.
If there is, I can't think of one. I don't think
Okay.
I've ever had that come up exactly before, but no, I don't think so.
I just wanted to make sure.
That's a good question.
And I apologize
No,
for not
great question.
clarifying that.
My answer is
before
no.
The meeting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. So I'm appreciative of the proffers that he's offered. I'm going to accept them and make the motion to do so with the revision that you had in your notes there. You want to pull that one up real quick? Sorry. So that's changing number 3. That's the new wording for number 3. Mr. Giannossi, acceptable to you?
Mr. Gillespie struck a part of it that I would like included. I think he acknowledged that, as long as the board understands that. There's a part that's struck, it should be included. I think Mr. Gillespie acknowledged that he struck it inadvertently.
I did, although I will stand up for my own words here. The as approved in advance by the zoning administrator language is important for us on enforcement. Mr. Giannossi and I have not had a chance to discuss this language, like I said, other than by email this afternoon.
Mr. Giannossi,
passing
proffers
it.
are voluntary, so are you volunteering to include 3 as it's written there or not, sir?
It's, yes, except that it doesn't make sense with what we got struck. Necessary to maintain the health and successive growth of the forested habitat is important to have in there. What got struck inadvertently was necessary to maintain the health and successive.
So take out the as approved in advance by the zoning administrator?
Which I thought was encumbersome because I've been personally.
Sir, come to the mic
Yeah.
so we can get.
I want to be clear here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hopefully I can talk loud enough so that you can hear me, but I understand your
We're
process.
trying to get on the record here.
Respect that. Understood. So I felt like that the pre-approval of a zoning administrator to remove a diseased or dead tree was over encumbering not only to the landowner, but also to the staff. So being in this type of business, I know that it's important for the forested habitat to maintain its health, and so I just put in there that as necessary to maintain the growth of the forested habitat. It's very thick now. It's a 10-year cutover. I think it'll serve a great buffer. I think it's a great buffer. And so I was happy to offer that proffer and just wanted to make sure that we did this very quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Giannossi.
Okay, thank you.
Are you okay with that, Mr. Gillespie, or do you have issues with that?
I do have some issues. Excuse me, sir,
Yeah.
Mr. Williams. I do have some issue with it. The reason I revised the language here was to clarify what a 50-foot buffer was, but also how it would in fact be enforced, how it would be looked at. And essentially, we do this with residential projects, multifamily projects, commercial projects, industrial projects, solar projects. If we don't have someone come to us and recognize by deed and in zoning conditions that they have to request permission to take a tree down, there's no real.
They can just go and say, we removed them all because they were all dead.
That's right.
They were
They'll
all
just say, oh,
diseased.
you know what, they were in bad shape. So.
Okay, so I understand that. Mr. Giannossi, where do you stand on this?
If that's what's necessary, I would approve it. I just think it's encumbering.
I understand. Mr. Giannossi. Where do you stand on it?
Yes or
I
no?
accept the staff's recommendation.
You accept, that's good,
Okay,
we got
we're
it.
good.
It's 10:05.
So I move that we approve it with the changes to number 3 that were offered by staff.
Second.
I'll support 10.
Any comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I don't mean to prolong things, but these good folks, I'm sure they're tired of seeing my face with how many times they've had to go through at the planning commission level and here at the board level. I'm voting against the motion. The reason why, I think it should stay in A1. I think it's going to be way too much volume of houses that close to Route 33. And that's why at the planning commission level, we wound up turning it down. I think we just have to take the chance that family subdivision doesn't happen, and we limit it to 3 houses that can be built there. And so that's my reasoning.
Okay.
You know, I want to make one comment, 2. One, I think Mr. Williams did, when he talked about the horse in the barn, he's right. The horse is way out of the barn. This has nothing to do with you. And I think that's something we have to look at. I think the county really has to look at it. You know, when I came here this evening, I'm really conflicted on this. When I came here this evening, I was a strong no. I appreciate your proffer, and I think you've sort of kind of hit the nail on the head. You know, people have a right to develop their property if they own their property. I mean, you can put 3 subdivisions there now by right, not even come here. And I sit here on one hand and think, well, maybe we'd never get any family subdivisions, as Mr. Woodward just said, and we get 3. But we also have the opportunity to get those family subdivisions and get 12. These folks over here said, you know, I don't want any. Well, you're going to get at least 3. You can do that without ever coming here. And I guess the question is, do you roll the dice and take 5, bird in the hand, or do you roll the dice and say nobody will ever subdivide it out? And that's a tough. I mean, that's tough. That is a tough question. And I don't know. I still don't know how I'm going to vote.
We'll know in a minute.
Yeah, I'll know in a minute. All right. Any other comments? All right. So the motion is to approve 5 subdivisions
With the
proffers.
as modified by
Okay,
staff.
Too late for that. It went away, Alex, and I haven't voted
Oh,
yet.
yeah. Hey,
What?
No, it did not.
he didn't get the chance to. Did he speak after the public hearing? Mr. Giannotti?
Come back up
Did he
here.
have a
Didn't
chance
come
to
up for me,
vote,
but
but didn't register?
But
No.
did you rejoin?
Huh?
Sometimes you have to
I was there for a second.
I think I voted.
Do I hit the arrow to do
It
that?
looked like I
and then
did.
you leave.
Mine was here and it
It's
left.
saying vote for current item.
Okay.
Rejoin.
And then hit leave meeting, and then select yes.
I knew this was going to be a long one.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
the applicant is saying that he has not had an adequate chance to rebut. Would you like to revisit that issue prior to the
Post the
vote?
results.
I thought you did, but if you, I'll give you
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
I did come up at the request of the board. I was not given the chance to rebut the public hearing.
Okay, go ahead.
So, if Mr. I haven't researched it, so could you tell me, does the family subdivision ordinance, I know it requires a minimum lot size of 1.5, that's how we got the math of 12 lots. Does it require, I know it requires holding the property for 5 years. Does it require a building permit? Okay. So, it sounds like we've come down to, this is the pivotal point of this issue, and we're at the poker table, it sounds like. Do we take the chance, do we not? That's
where
the
we are.
question. The one person said that they would have
Address the board. address the
would have
board.
rather bought the property. That opportunity was open to anybody. It was on the MLS system. That addresses that issue. And
Address the board.
Mr. Corson was correct in saying that he'd much rather not have 12 lots. And I believe that's, again, the crux of where we're at. So I, again, would ask, I think I've made sure that it's going to be 5 and no more than 5. If I'm denied that, I don't know what to say, but it's going to be 3, and it could be 12. Thank you.
Mr. Barnes?
No, man.
Oh, I thought you had your hand. I thought you raised your hand. I apologize. And
Sandwich break.
yeah, and we've lost a board member, so let's
Are you
wait.
going to put the revote back out?
Yeah, I didn't vote. Well, and Rachel's not here, so
Ready for us to work out
yeah, we'll have to wait for her to come. So let me ask you a question.
It's because you've got the wrong box checked. You've got the wrong one checked. You're supposed to do that.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm waiting.
Stay, then.
Well, I had to hit abstain.
Where's your guy?
I'm waiting on y'all.
Waiting on Rachel.
I got this folder for you.
Yeah. I'm 2 hours past my bedtime.
Yeah, you and me both.
Are you kidding? I told my wife when I left somewhere, I said, I'll see you tomorrow. I was right. We have one more to vote, and then
That's good.
we waited for you.
You got two.
No, you didn't,
Yeah.
because we re-voted, because we had to clear the slate, and Mr. Giannossi got up and did a rebuttal.
Well, it shows that she voted.
So she voted.
It shows that she did. Did you?
That's good.
What,
And you-
what is your vote?
Can you abstain?
That's what it shows on here.
Yeah.
All right, what we got?
I don't really know.
Waiting for it to pop up. There it is.
Motion passes 4-2 to 1. Right. Now we move on to
Thank you.
resolution to approve or deny CPA 2024-01 out of public facility
Get it done
section
real though.
to the adopted comprehensive 2040 plan. Mr. Kuhn.
I've asked Chris to give a 30-minute address to this one, if that's all right.
That's good.
Turn the lights out when you leave, Mr. Kuhn.
See you guys, thank you for
You gotta
coming.
do that tonight.
Thank you.
Thank
Bruce.
you, thank you.
We expect a 5-minute pontification from you, Mr. Adams.
2 minutes.
Packet page 171 to 195, and
Yes.
we've discussed this previously. This just allows the board tools to help address developers' impacts, like Supervisor Williams brought up earlier, and stand ready to answer any questions.
I know we got this for a public hearing, but in my opinion, this needs a lot more work, a lot more time.
Think so?
Yeah.
I agree. It's 22 pages of stuff that we just got, and we talked about it, we addressed it, but I don't feel that it's been addressed adequately, so I'm not ready to vote.
Okay.
Well, do you want to do the public hearing and get that done?
We can.
And
We're going to
defer?
open a public hearing. I don't know if anybody's here to speak for the public hearing. Close the public hearing.
Tammy got something she wants to say.
Move it till next meeting. Everybody all right with that? All right, thank you, Mr. Kuhn. So I'll open a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this public hearing? All right, I'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move we defer this for action.
Second.
Is there a specific time?
Ask people who want the deferral. Next meeting.
Next meeting. Fine, Mr. Barnes?
Next meeting, fine.
All right, next meeting.
Next meeting, sir.
All right.
Needs a second.
Properly moved and seconded.
Who seconded it?
Mr. Barnes.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Good job.
Oh, I ain't get vote on it.
Please
Okay,
cast
though.
your vote.
There you go.
That says to approve or deny.
I'll tell you
Do we
what,
vote
when
for a
y'all
deferral
want
on this, or does it have to be a voice vote, Alex?
Wait. That says to approve or deny. I'm not
Well,
reading that.
it said yes, but he motioned to defer.
I know,
Motion
I'm
was
asking
defer.
if we can do that on the fly.
to defer?
Yeah, you want to vote in the system to defer, or you want to
Yeah,
do a
because it
voice
doesn't
vote?
affect the resolution.
So
It will
yes
just
vote is
explain
to
it
defer.
there with their-
That's good.
Okay.
So it'll be a
Better not be
deferral
to
vote.
approve. All right, so yes votes to defer.
I hit yes.
Good.
To defer.
All right.
All right,
That's the
motion
efficient thing we've done all
passes.
night.
Resolution is moved to the next meeting. Next is an ordinance amending Louisiana County Code Section 74-119, County Public Highways designated for golf cart utility vehicles. To add Seclusion Shores subdivision. Mr. Gillespie.
He said that so nicely, Mr. Gillespie.
Whomever it is. Yeah, well, this is my first one of these, so, all right,
Have
so.
a short presentation.
It is a short presentation. So you have a chapter that relates to highways designated for golf cart usage. This amendment would permit the operation of golf cart and utility vehicles subject to certain terms and conditions on public highways. Packet page 190, packet page 198 through 210. There are two reviewers for the application that's made, the Louisiana County Sheriff's Office and Virginia Department of Transportation. The Sheriff's Office approves it. VDOT had no concerns. These are the subject properties involved and the roads involved. So Seclusion Shores, as you can see, is a one-way in, one-way out subdivision. You can see the undeveloped lots in here as well as the developed lots. And if approved, a golf cart signage maintenance agreement would need to be executed and recorded. You have a draft resolution in your packet, like I said, beginning on page 198.
Does anybody have any questions, Mr. Gillespie?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question for you, but I would like to make a comment. This is in my district, and I actually talked to somebody in Seclusion Shores who's with that POA, because my concern, that being a president of a subdivision in Lake Anna that had a golf cart issue, I would be driving home at night and there'd be children driving golf carts at night. This was before, I guess, that you could actually have a golf cart distinction in the subdivision. So what I found out was that VDOT requires everybody who actually operates a golf cart to be of legal driving age. So my concern was addressed there. So I would motion to approve.
Oh, wait, we got to open a public hearing.
Oh.
So I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to address the board on this public hearing?
Ms. Hart, you in? I knew she would be. Boom.
You're kidding, right?
I'm not. I knew it. Good job, Ms. Hart. Come on. Look at that. I could nailed it. I nailed
The
it.
regulation for golf carts on public streets. They have to be fit to certain parameters, and they also have to be enabled for sufficient lighting for nighttime driving. And they also drive in the middle of the road by kids, in spite of the regulations saying over the age of 18, because we deal with it too. I see them going like this down the middle of my road all the time.
It's 16.
It doesn't matter, they'll do it anyway.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Back to the board, Mr. McCotter.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote.
All right, Fitz, you're up.
I'm ready, baby.
No, he's not.
We got
No,
one
there's
more.
one more.
Hold on.
We had one more. I thought so how did I?
Oh my gosh.
How did I miscount?
Listen,
Oh,
we
the
pay,
trash.
we pay you a lot of money to be here,
This is
a
actually
lot.
an important
Next
one.
is an ordinance amending
Yes.
Louisa County Code Section 38-1 and 62-29, addressing health, safety, and welfare concerns related to litter as a public nuisance. Mr. Mullen.
And this is in your
Fell
board
asleep for a
packet, the
second.
very last matter, 207 to 209. This was before the board before. We believe that this is the minimum necessary to have a better outcome in the Louisa County courts should these matters come before the courts. Again, it's been to the Ag and Forestal District. I've answered a couple of questions at various times about whether this will impede the right to farm, change state law, change local ordinance. It will not.
This is what we, this is
Mr.
Bill guy.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Mr. Mullen, talked to Mr. Riddell. He was down at the General Assembly today, and you have the ordinance in front of you.
I do.
The second to last sentence, or second to last line up, the comma, or other waste material. You see that there, sir? From the very bottom of 62-29.
Yeah, I do. Supervisor Williams.
It gave Mr. Riddell a little bit of pause, because what's waste in somebody's eyes might not be waste in somebody else's eyes, and from the farming community, so I'm just putting it out there. Mr. Kuhn suggested that we have 3.2-302 here in the state code, and that addressed it. I'm not sure it does. But I'm not the attorney, sir.
No, I think it does. I talked to Mr. Kuhn about this earlier, and he relayed the concern of is it Rydell? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And yes, I think that it does, and I will also say, as applied, it would be too far a stretch, because the words that are listed, litter, debris, abandoned vehicles, and there are some definitions in the existing local ordinance, that would exempt out farm waste, right? You would not want someone to consider waste chicken litter, turkey litter, swine manure, right? Right. And this could not be construed in that
But
way.
old air conditioners would.
Old air
Air
conditioners. I think that would.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good, sir.
Mr. Barlow.
Wrote, in reading through this thing, it keeps referring to residential. How does that, is that going to be restricted to R1 and R2? or does it apply to any residential use in the A1, A2?
You know, in this case, it's residential properties, owners and tenants. So if the use is residential, this would apply.
So it would apply in A1 and A2?
Yes.
If it's residential use.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Did the Ag Forestal Committee that looked at this, are we sure that it's not going to impact tractors that are setting out and that kind of thing?
They supported this too. I talked to Mr. Rydell.
Well, they did.
I understand, but I think in my looking at it, it's reading like it's residential. So is that, in other words, I'm wondering if he realized that it still is going to apply to agricultural properties.
They would, yes.
Yeah.
A1 and A2 are frequently probably the most
Exa-
common use in any rural county in Virginia. So
Right. So this is going beyond, it's, in other words, I want to make sure that the residential use and the zonings are not confused.
I think we talked about this the first time we discussed this, and we decided that those words were kind of lowercase and maybe not applicable from a limiting standpoint. And I believe, Mr. Barlow, I think it's a great question. Was not one of the properties that sparked this discussion zoned agricultural?
Yes.
In the first place? So,
May very well have been.
yeah, I think it was.
I'm sure it's on piece A2.
Yeah.
Well, one of the ones that we've had a huge issue in Mineral, took 18 months, was A2.
The one I got coming is A2.
Yeah.
Air conditioners?
The one I
Uh-huh.
have, it is agriculturally zoned too.
All right, and we can,
So this is it's pretty vague. I want to make sure that it does not apply to a tractor setting out that somebody's taking parts off of it to fix another one.
Sure.
In other words, that this doesn't impact our farming community.
And I believe read in context, if you look at the part that has been added, any storage, accumulation, or dumping of litter, debris, abandoned vehicles, or other waste material, and then there's a second showing is necessary that might endanger the health, safety, or wellness of others, is declared a nuisance. So there's really two prongs to that. There's and it would be difficult to say, and I've had spare tractors and spare tractor parts in my own yard from time to time.
I know somebody else that might.
It feels personal.
well, some people keep dump trucks parked in there.
To the extent that it does not pose a danger to public health, safety, and welfare, it wouldn't be prohibited by this ordinance.
Okay.
And I will also say that as applied is also important. There's a fair bit of common sense that has to go into these, and the board can police through its county administrator the way that discretion is applied.
Well, once this is voted on and made law,
It becomes up
how
to the
can
judge,
you
then,
say
doesn't it?
common sense and put the two, they're not applicable, they don't go together.
Fair point. And there'll be other people that'll come behind that'll may take their own reading of it. But I feel confident that this would not be misapplied in the circumstance that you described with
Okay,
tractors.
well, I fully trust our county attorney.
Time for your motion to adjourn, Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Muller.
We have a public hearing.
If this board approves this tonight, tomorrow is effective?
Let me look at the,
What do you mean tomorrow? Be effective in 93
yeah, when does it go into
minutes?
effect?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I can call the code enforcement officer to go do your job.
No, you need an emergency code.
We'll call him in.
It says ordained on this 5th day.
It is. There's nothing that limits the time
Okay.
period or stretches it out, sure.
Good.
It'll be effective here in just a minute.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mullen.
I'm there.
All right, so we'll open a public hearing. I don't think there's anybody
Oh,
here.
yes, there is.
man.
Oh, yes, there is. Come on.
I
let's hear
can't
it.
see a soul. So I'll close the public hearing. Come on, Ms. Hart.
That one was ridiculous.
He wasn't looking for you. They're different.
That's what I said.
He was looking
Vicky
around.
Hart, Louisa District. You're gonna have a problem with endangering the health, safety, and welfare, because I've never seen an air conditioner kill somebody, and I've never seen an abandoned vehicle sitting on somebody's property kill somebody. So how are you going to legally enforce this? Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, we'll close the public hearing, come back to the board. The chair will entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we, well, cast your vote, we approve this. Where the, oh, I'm trying to use that
Booyah.
cursor.
All right.
So move.
But let's get a vote total here so we can, motion passes 7-0. Mr. Barnes?
Second.
Now you gotta do it.
So move.
Second, properly moved and second, we adjourn. All